I'm really trying to get Twitch working today. Let's try this. Ah, works. Nice. Okay. Good. We are on Twitch. And we should also be on YouTube. Let's have a look if that's working. Oh yeah, okay. It has a bit of a funky thumbnail, but that's alright. Sweet. Okay. We're live. Well, we're doing a big one today. Gonna do, I would say probably 6 hours I'm gonna aim for today. We've got a clear schedule, so I've got nothing but time here. We're gonna kick off with a bit of Fast Action Network, action.thehumaneleague.org. Let's keep it going for anyone who wants to be making a difference for animals. This is probably the easiest way that you can do that. As you know, the other things that I talk about are giving to effective animal charities, which is maybe the most impactful thing that you can do if you can afford it, and also sharing content on social media and with people that you know, which I think is also incredibly important. It's a good idea to have a bit of a diversified range of options for effective animal advocacy. But the organised online activism through the Humane League's Fast Action Network is one of the easiest things that you can do, I would say, and one of the most impactful. We've looked before. Let's have a quick look at the eggs. Here we go. This is the graph that I always show on this topic. The proportion of eggs coming from cage-free systems jumping right up from 12% in 1996 to 72% in 2022. And now the UK is on the verge of making cage systems for egg farming illegal. The US likewise starts at 3% of eggs coming from cage-free systems in 2007, now up to 34%. So they still need to catch up with us Brits, they still need to catch up with us, but that's why we're going to help them out on the Fast Action Network. So let's go for, we got to 400 points yesterday. Let's go for, I would say at least 20 today. There's my guy, Tristan King, notorious Chris Brown viewer. Love seeing people that I recognize from the stream doing this stuff. It warms my heart to know that we're really making a difference and inspiring people to take part in this kind of stuff. Tristan King, one of my favorite video commenters. We're going up to 420 points today. And then we've got some really good stuff to get into. Got a few news articles here to have a look at. Good news, good news. We're good vibes only on this channel. So we got a few good things to take a look at there. And we're also going to... Oh, damn, is this all the actions we have? Normally you have a little button on the bottom that says take view more actions. Well, we've run out, I guess. Okay, we can do the Google review. I'm a little bit hesitant to do the the forms, because they always dox me. They always want to autofill like my fucking home address and everything. So I'm a little bit hesitant on that. Right, what's kicking for this review? This is Quality Inn and Suite Silicon Valley. Choice Hotels. We know about Choice Hotels. Choice Hotels removed its timeline for fulfilling its 100% global cage-free egg commitment. This is unacceptable. That is fucking scummy, isn't it? These companies that make the commitments and set a timeline and then just sack it off. It's on us to let them know what's up. Right, so we're going to write a review here. And look at this, seems to be working. They've got a lot of 1-star reviews. Let's make it one more. What is the management team at Quality Inn and Suite Silicon Valley doing to end the animal abuse in Choice Hotels' egg supply chain? Ban cages once and for all already. Boom, have some of that. Eat 1 stars, Choice Hotels. My guy Tristan King, no doubt, in the reviews as well. Anybody else? Anybody else fast actioning? Right, let's do the concept. I'm going to do this on the other tab so I don't dox myself. We did this, we did a Hellman's one yesterday, but let's give him another one. There's all of my details coming up on stream. We've learned. Good, submitted. I guess I'm not going to get to 420 points today because we have completed the Fast Action Network. We are so on it that they've run out of stuff to give us. We only have a call and a postcard. I'm not going to do these on stream. So okay, we got to 409, but we've run out of actions to do there. We're so committed, we're so on it, that we've run out of actions to take on the Fast Action Network today. So 409, does anyone get a higher score than me on Fast Action Network? I have asked this several times, and I've never had someone who say they do. We're on 409 right now. We're also on a 7-week streak. Oh, look at this. There's a little... Oh, I thought it was going to be a leaderboard. This is awards. 700 points plus 5-week streak. That's the only one I'm missing. Chicken Friend for 5 points. Chicken Changemaker for 25 in a 2-week streak. Chicken Warrior. That's a pretty based one. Chicken Champion. We've only got the Chicken Hero left to unlock. Not bad. Not bad. What was it? 705-week streak? All right. Well, we've got 407-week streak, so... we need 300 more. They need to build this higher for me. They need to make more categories. We're too good at this. So that's the Fast Action Network. I'm going to put the link in chat once more. If anybody wants to take part in this. Again, this is one of the easiest ways that you can contribute to making a real difference for animals. The Fast Action Network. It's just a feed like this. It's a feed. You make an account. You get your feed, then you get your points and your streaks. And all you're doing really is commenting on social media posts, emailing decision makers. It's all about these coordinated campaigns where somebody has put in a lot of time and effort to come up with, or to coordinate, I should say, these particular campaigns against strategically selected companies who are violating strategically considered welfare policies, and this is the way that we can fight back against it. Somebody's done the hard work and the research and built this wonderful platform for us to use. And I want to see more Tristan Kings. Any more Kings? I love when people are really proactive on this stuff. We're all going to be chicken heroes in no time. Let's have a look at this on the BBC from a few days ago. Veganuary hype has gone, but demand is strong, businesses say. Okay, mixed bag, mixed bag. There was a time when Veganuary saw a flurry of new and exciting plant-based products on supermarket shelves and restaurant menus. The 31-day campaign, encouraging people to adopt a vegan lifestyle for January, has driven the release of scores of items at the beginning of previous years, from burgers and nuggets to sandwiches and ice creams. You know, we did still see a decent number of Veganuary releases this year. I think one of the Veganuary 2.0 things we did was sharing articles about the new Veganuary releases. But they're going to say that it's come down a little bit. Let's see. But over recent years, many vegans in the UK have reported the options drying up, with major chains like Burger King, Domino's and Subway removing popular options from their menus. Yeah, that is true. That is true. That's actually really heartbreaking to see, honestly. That's one of the worst things that we've seen in recent years is some of these excellent plant-based options, which, by the way, I'm not exaggerating. The things at Burger King, Domino... have I had the Domino's vegan stuff? Yeah, I have. And Subway especially, taking off plant-based meat has been a massive disappointment. Subway, this year for Veganuary, have falafel subs. I mean, what is that? It's 2026. Yeah. Oh, look, here you go. One social media account even dubbed 2026 the year of the falafel, over the sheer number of almost identical falafel options being released this month at the expense of more varied products. Damn. Called out. It's an Instagram post. 2026 officially been declared the year of the falafel. Our long-term strategy is simple. By saturating the market so aggressively with dry, identical falafel sandwiches, we aim to ensure that vegans become profoundly, spiritually, existentially bored of lunch altogether. Once sales inevitably decline, this will give us the perfect opportunity to conclude that there just isn't the demand and quietly withdraw vegan options entirely. Problem solved. We understand this may frustrate some customers. However, please remember that vegans are famously resilient and will no doubt survive on crisps, hummus, or black coffee, as they have been trained to do. We thank you for your continued commitment to minimal effort, recycled ideas, and the bold refusal to remove beyond 2014. Yours sincerely, the UK's collective decision makers. Innovation department closed for lunch. Yeah, very true. I mean, a lot of this comes down to the ridiculous ultra-processed food discourse. I'm pretty confident that this is why Subway has gone for the falafel sub rather than many of the goated options which they have had in previous years. Can you remember Subway had the plant-based meatball sub, which was banging, the plant-based chicken sub, which was also banging, and the plant-based steak sub? I think that was my favourite of all. Subway has had some really good stuff. I thought they were one of the good ones for vegan options in fast food chains, but I think they've been scared off it by all the ultra-processed discourse. And I can't imagine that the falafel option's going to sell better than the plant-based meatballs. Hey, Indef, good to see you. Like, obviously plant-based meat's better than falafel, right? In Korea, Subway had unlimited strips around 2020-21. Huh, I haven't heard of that brand. Are you in Korea, Indef? You live in Korea? Or you just went there? Vegan businesses across the West Midlands said that the hype around Veganuary has faded, with fewer people trying it for the month. Veganism itself had actually become more embedded in society. Frankie Heekin Powell co-founded Baha, a vegan restaurant in Birmingham, back in 2017 with her partner Becky Heekin Powell. Nestled in the Rainbow Pub in Digbeth, Baja serves up burgers, wings, and even Sunday roasts, all fully plant-based. Well, that sounds based. And 2017, what a good time to be starting a vegan business, because by my estimates, that was sort of 2 or 3 years before the peak of the vegan hype. Over 18 years, mostly living in Korea. Oh, that's awesome. Damn, and I'm guessing that they no longer have the unlimit. Let's have a look at that. Unlimit. I've never heard of this one. Explore bold, authentic Korean flavors with our plant-based meats. Oh yeah, that does look pretty banging. Nice. I gotta say, I eat a ton of plant-based meat. Notorious fan of the McPlant. And really anything in that category, I love it. I hoover it up. Speaking of the prominence of Veganuary, He Compal said, has the whole Veganuary hype stopped? I would say yes. With any trend, it's a trend. It's within the definition, everything comes and goes. 2019 was peak for sure. I think a lot of people jumped on the bandwagon. I'm sure there'll be a big push again. Called out. 2019 is when I did Veganuary. 2019 is when I first went vegan. I mean, I wonder how much of a role COVID played in this. There's a lot of diagnosing about where it went wrong. Because no doubt there has been a few years now for struggling sales for plant-based brands, and there is a bit of a feeling, 2019, 2020, I think it was peak. It really felt like that was going to be the new trajectory. Where we thought in 2019, 2020 that we would be in 2026 is probably a long way from where we find ourselves today. But the difference between hype and demand is hugely different. The demand is still there in Birmingham. Okay, here's the hopium part. The 35-year-old said business has been steady this January, despite the restaurant not actively marketing around Veganuary this year, when in previous years they created specials for the month. This year's actually been busier despite not marketing Veganuary, she said. Oh, this looks banging as well. Walk to vegan. This is not walk to walk. Love a Chinese. There used to be such a good vegan Chinese place near my old house. The unseasoned strips bake nicely for BLTs. Ah, nice. Oh, that sounds awesome. I'm a terrible chef, and so I'm the more pre-prepared the better in my books. It's made of upcycled rice bran and wheat. Really incredible how that level of quality combines with such effective use of resources. That's cool. Wow, so it's actually upcycled ingredients as well. Double whammy. Birmingham is also home to fully Chinese takeaway Walk to Vegan in the suburb of Great Barr. Its owner Jason Yee said its Veganuary periods have been very consistent over the past few years. If anything, this year has been busier, he said. As more people find out there's a fully vegan Chinese takeaway in Birmingham, we're seeing growing interest, especially from customers who are excited to have familiar Chinese dishes recreated in a vegan way. Yee believes Veganuary has helped keep the business stable in January, while other takeaways might see a sales drop in the wake of the Christmas period. That's really interesting. Okay. Yeah, a lot of, what would you call it, like guilty pleasure purchases are going to go down in January as people have New Year's resolutions, people have less money after Christmas, people are trying to be healthier. all this kind of stuff. So I guess steady sales in January for vegan places. You know, the default might be declining sales in January for your average takeaway, but Veganuary kind of cancels that out. That's an interesting perspective. Okay, I hadn't thought of that. We think Veganuary definitely helps as people are actively looking for vegan options and trying somewhere new, he said. Yeah. Vincenzo Crudele, who runs Pizza by Vinny in Worcester, thinks the concept of Veganuary has died a bit, but believes the veganism movement is growing. Okay, so 3 out of 3 so far have said that Veganuary has fallen off a little bit compared to previous years, but that veganism overall is still on the rise. So that's pretty encouraging. January 2026 has been quieter for business than previous year, but still in line with trade in other winter months. It used to be busier than average month. Now it's less dramatic than it was a few years back, he admitted. It used to bring in brand new people. It was a moment of discovery. Now it's customers being more intentional. While Crudele himself is a vegan, his restaurant also offers dairy cheese as an alternative to the default vegan product, so as not to lose that chunk of customers. Interesting. Okay, interesting. Got a vegan with dairy on the menu. I think the default thing is huge, to be fair. Yeah, no worries, Indef. I think the default thing is huge. The defaults really is one intervention that you can do in institutional catering to massively increase the selection of vegan options. Most people don't really from the default option that much. So, the default, if you like, is, for example, dairy milk in your coffee, dairy cheese on your pizza, right, meat options at the top of the menu, this kind of thing. But defaults are a really powerful tool that you can use to increase demand for plant-based options and reduce demand for animal products just by having different options at the top of the menu or having different options be the default. Because, again, most people kind of just go along with it. So if you say, by default, the pizzas come with vegan cheese, and you have to ask if you want dairy cheese, you're going to have probably most people just sticking with the default. So there are a few campaigns around that ask coffee chains, for example, there's a campaign against Starbucks to try and get them to have plant-based milks be the default. Yeah, really powerful intervention, that one. And it's a nice one because you don't really trigger opposition because you're not restricting choice, you're not imposing a cost. It's a good nudge, right? It's a gentle nudge in the right direction, and you're not going to have a kind of backlash of people saying this is restricted choice or whatever else. So defaults are a really powerful thing that's a good ask at the moment. I get people coming, look down and realizing it's only vegan and vegetarian, then they leave. I wouldn't be surprised, I wouldn't survive if I was only vegan, adding that this is because his restaurant is upstairs in a pub as opposed to having its own building. Okay. However, Crudele's dream is to have a fully vegan restaurant. I think veganism is growing, otherwise I wouldn't be opening for the future a fully vegan restaurant. For Ranj Patel from Wolverhampton, Veganuary was the start of a journey that led to her not only becoming vegan, but also founding her own business. After trying the challenge in 2020, she signed up for the official campaign and received their email newsletters. That's where I discovered how the dairy industry works, and I was really shocked, she said, having previously thought she would not be able to give up dairy. That was the big why. I felt like I could really commit to it. In 2021, she started the vegan cake business V Cakes in Wolverhampton after gifting vegan cakes to her friends and family, who told her she should sell them. She should sell seashells on the seashore. the more people tried them, I thought, these are better than my other cakes that I used egg in, and it snowballed from there. Wait, is this a cake? Is it cake? In flower cupcake bouquets, which are also vegan. Fuck, okay, they are cakes. I thought it was just flowers. Well, that's very good. That's very impressive. Look at that. How's she done that? That's mental. If this wasn't on the BBC, I'd think that was maybe AI. Like Crudele, Patel has had customers approach her and not realise that her business is vegan and have subsequently walked away. That's so disappointing, isn't it? You see some banging cake display like this, look at the detail on that, that's unbelievable. And some people, the V word is just enough to put them off, even if they're like very committed. They're going to get some tasty, impressively decorated cakes. If I didn't promote I was vegan, I would probably be busier, but once people try them, they love them, she said. Yeah, I mean, that is probably a good idea, honestly. This is why there's the thing about labeling plant-based as opposed to vegan. Because unfortunately, you do put some people off by using the V word. So there's quite a lot of studies which show higher selection if you have plant-based labels opposed to vegan labels. And in the case of cakes, I mean, you want to be able to communicate to vegans that they're vegan, but you don't necessarily really want to communicate that to non-vegans. Andy Shovel said in the interview that I did with him, it doesn't really matter how much vegan food you sell. What really matters is how much vegan food you sell to non-vegans, right? Because you're trying to displace demand. So maybe she would be better off saying, or not saying, that they're vegan. I guess the business is called V Cakes. It's a little bit hard to hide the ball there, but you can change the name. As with other businesses, Patel believes Veganuary's power has diminished over the past few years, but she thinks there's still been a bigger shift generally towards plant-based eating. The campaign is still close to her heart. For me, it's always going to have that special place, she said. It's given me a business, it's given me a sanctuary. Okay, so super interesting. So I spoke to, 4 or 5 different vegan businesses here, and they were all in agreement that the Veganuary hype has diminished, but that veganism more broadly has grown. Which I guess that's the trade you would take, right? I suppose in a way that is an expected and good positive outcome for Veganuary, which no doubt has inspired a lot of people, myself included, to go vegan. And because so many people stick with it, within a country you are going to get to kind of a saturated point where, you know, everyone who was going to do this has now done it, and those who are going to stick with it have stuck with it, and you know, you run out of people to convert, basically. So that's you know, it's good. It's a sign of progress, right? That is a sign of progress, and we have indeed seen the number of vegans increasing somewhat in that time. So there we go. The vegan businesses say that demand is strong now throughout the year, and Veganuary is perhaps boosting what would otherwise be a quieter month for them. So no complaints, no complaints. Hey, I have my first Twitch chatter. Looks like it might be spam, but welcome. Thanks for the view. So, alright, what else we got? Here's a bit of good news. Norway makes historic decision to phase out fast-growing Franken chickens. Based Norway. The fast-growing chicken breeds is a big, big welfare issue. This is the result of selective breeding and genetic manipulation to get breeds of chickens which grow unnaturally fast, which is obviously more profitable for the chicken industry. But it also means that, kind of regardless of what other conditions they're in, they will grow so fast that they can't support their weight. This is where you see the poor little collapsed chickens with their legs poking out to the sides like this. They're literally too massive to hold themselves up. Much like the people who overeat chicken. Norway has announced it will phase out Franken chickens by 2027. Damn, this is soon as well. So this news, at least on plant-based news, dropped a couple of days ago, and 2027 is 11 months away. So in the UK, with the cage-free eggs thing, we're looking at phasing them out by 2032, which, you know, is good that we're doing that, but at the same time you think, like, that's a good 5 or 6 years away, right? That's quite, do we really need that long? But Norway, a little bit more ambitious, a lot more ambitious, going to phase out the Franken chickens by 2027. Good for them. Norway, where around 70 million chickens are raised for food each year, is the first country ever to commit to 100% high welfare birds. Animal welfare advocates welcome the decision, describing it as a historic moment. Damn, the first country to commit, and they're going to do it within a year. Based Norway, that's awesome. Franken chickens, which are more commonly known as turbo chickens in Norway, are fast-growing animals that have been selectively bred to gain as much weight as possible as fast as possible. They experience many different welfare issues as a result of their rapid growth and extreme size, and the vast majority of animal welfare organisations are united in their condemnation of this practice. According to Humane World for Animals, Franken chickens reach their slaughter weight at just 6 weeks old, straining their bones, muscles and ligaments. Often their bodies can break down as they grow, and many animals lose the ability to walk. The Humane League UK has described their lives as extremely short and painful. One of the greatest improvements to animal welfare in history. Animal rights coalition Anima International has been campaigning for a transition away from fast-growing breeds in Norway for 5 years. Several NGOs and animal welfare groups have been calling for a similar move in the UK, including through the Better Chicken Commitment, which hundreds of major companies have joined. What's happening now in Norway is a historic moment. I love that they didn't say an historic moment. I hate an historic. I have always hated that. It doesn't make sense. All right, it's a historic moment. Good, based. It's one of the greatest improvements to animal welfare in history, and it shows that the transition away from fast-growing breeds is possible, said Connor Jackson, CEO of the UK branch of Anima International Coalition. But it also shows just how far behind we are on this issue in the UK, where companies have barely started to address this problem. Animal advocacy organisation Open Cages noted that 60% of Norway's farm chickens are currently fast-growing breeds, including the Ross 308, which is used by around 90% of the UK industry, equating to 114 million birds. Yeah, these are weirdly like the brand names for chicken breeds. As if they're models of computers or something. These are the particular breeds that have their certain characteristics, and most of them now are these fast-growing turbo chickens or Franken chickens. There's 60% of the chickens in Norway, and they're going to phase them out within a year. That's really excellent. And it'll be interesting to see how much that impacts on the price of chicken in Norway. Because one of the things I'm always talking about is welfare improvements are not just about improving the welfare of the animals, they're also about increasing the cost of production for those animals. Right? Clearly, if you have slower growing breeds, you need to keep them for longer before you can slaughter them. It's going to reduce profitability, it's going to have to increase the price to the consumer of those chickens, probably going to decrease the number of chickens farmed as a result. So it'll be interesting to see to what extent that happens. How much, I don't want to put too fine a point on this, right, because it can be a talking point for opponents for this, but what will be the impact on price and quantity demanded in a year's time when Norway is going to have phased out these fast-growing breeds? That'll be a really interesting one to keep an eye on. Is the majority of chickens in Norway, and they're going to phase them out within a year. So that's, on both counts, pretty drastic change, which is excellent. Really, really good victory. Again, farmers and the animal industry don't do this because it's cruel, right? They largely do it in spite of the fact that it's cruel, and many of the people, the actual farmers who are having to deal with the animals directly, don't like it, don't like that they're now farming these freaks of nature that can't support their own weight and have huge welfare problems. But they think, well, it's the only way to be profitable and we have to survive, right? And this is why the compulsory in-law animal welfare standards are very important, because it takes away that option and you no longer have the dynamic of needing to do the bad thing because everyone else is doing the bad thing and you have to remain competitive. So very well done, Norway, on this. The Animal Law Foundation, hey, we know about them. This is Edie Bowles. We watched the interview with her the other day. The Animal Law Foundation is currently taking the UK government to court over its unlawful policy on how farm chickens are treated by the industry. British legislation has failed to preserve all of the animal welfare protections that were enshrined in law before 2020's hard Brexit. This means that chickens can now be handled by their legs, causing unnecessary, painful injuries and distress. Yeah, so this is exactly what Edie Bells was saying the other day. Like, we already do have protections in law for farmed animals that should be applying. And largely because of a lack of resources within the animal movement, essentially, and within enforcement bodies, which are local councils, those laws just tend not to be enforced, and so the animals are being treated illegally and nothing is done about it. That's why, again, very important to fund effective animal organisations that are doing something about this, right? You can check out animal charity evaluators for the best options for that. I think giving to animal charities, effective animal charities, is the highest impact thing that you can do as a vegan 2.0. So I want to stress that all the time. I give now, well, over £300 a month to different animal welfare and meat replacement organisations, effective animal charities, largely from animal charity evaluators, well, actually largely to EA animal welfare funds, which is sort of a meta fund that you can give to and that will ensure that your money is going to the most effective causes to help animals. And as I said on stream a couple of days ago, if all of the vegans in the UK were to give £15 a month to animal charities, it would more than double the animal movement's resources. So very, very important and frankly easy thing that we can all be doing to really make a bigger difference than just boycotting, which is what Vegan 1.0 is. Very good question, in depth. Only local production or importing as well? Will McDonald's and KFC Norway need to be supplied in Norway? Very good question. Welfare improvements really do need to come with restrictions on low welfare imports, right? Because otherwise you just move the cruel production systems elsewhere and carry on importing low welfare animals. You may not even be helping any animals in that sense, you're just moving the problem somewhere else. Fortunately, Norway, much like the UK, much like Switzerland, who have some sort of deal with the EU where, you know, these are all countries that are not technically part of the EU, even though they have a lot of trade with the EU, but they can have their own animal welfare laws, and that can include I know in the case of Switzerland anyway, being able to decline imports of lower welfare animal products. Because yeah, you're absolutely right in Def. It's kind of, I don't want to say pointless, but it can offset a lot of the impact of welfare standards if the problem is just moved elsewhere and we end up importing low welfare animals, right? Hey, a little sunshine. It's not spam, Chris. Vegan 26 years. Love what you pointed out. What matters isn't how much vegan food we sell, but how much vegan food we supply. Ah, okay, nice. All right. Well, thank you, Ali Sunshine. Little sunshine. I apologize for for implying that you might be spamming in Twitch chat. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yeah, you know, I took that line off of Andy Shovel, who I interviewed on the channel the other day. He's the co-founder of this meat alternatives company. That's good though, isn't it? What matters not how much vegan food you sell, but how much vegan food you sell to non-vegans. That's good. Very, like, catchy, makes the point well. Yeah, I liked that. UK consumers care deeply about animal welfare and they would be shocked to see the reality of an intensive chicken farm, even with more space, said Jackson. Better management is positive, but it only scratches the surface of the problem. To really improve these animals' lives, we need to follow in Norway's footsteps with the transition to higher welfare, slower growing breeds. Yeah, very true. We have... what's the Brian Research thing that I showed on this the other day? What's it called? Let's just have a look at Insights. I'll find it. It's quite an old one. But the number of people who oppose different widespread animal farming conditions. Here it is. Acceptability of UK farming practices. I've showed this on stream before. This is in red, the proportion of people in the UK who say that each of these practices is unacceptable. I don't think we have anything about fast-growing breeds in here, but yeah. Keeping chickens in cages as small as an A4 piece of paper, 94% disagree. I'll say that it's unacceptable. Killing newborn chicks with CO2 gassing or meat grinders, 85% say unacceptable. And cutting the beaks off of newborn chicks, 87% say unacceptable. These are all widespread practices currently. I'll pop the link to that in chat in case people find this useful. I'm Jeremy Gord or Joe. When you see me in similar substacks, I'm sure we'd frequent. Ah, nice. Okay, and Def, nice to know. Cool. Yeah, you're an EA person, right? I'm sure that we do frequent the same substacks. I'm thinking about doing some EA forum content on stream as well, actually. That's a good place for relevant stuff for us to read through. A report from last year found that pervasive misinformation about the food system affects people's perception of meat, dairy, eggs, and other animal products in the UK. For example, many consumers are unaware that 85% of farmed animals are raised on factory farms, and most think welfare standards are higher than they are. Ah, look at this. Okay, this is a similar YouGov survey. What do Brits think of UK farming practices? September 2020. Damn, when was ours? August 2022. Damn, I thought I was being so original with this. Okay, this is how much they know about it. For each of the following farming practices, please state how often, if at all, you think they happen in the UK. A lot or a fair amount? Don't know. Rarely / not at all. A fair amount is funny wording for some of these, I'm sure. There's a fair amount of separation of calves from the dairy cows between 24 and 48 hours after birth. I'd say it's a fair amount. Of course, they're referring to frequency, not ethics in that sense, but it's just kind of funny wording. So let's see, 74% think a lot or a fair amount of free range is going on. 60% think a lot or a fair amount of keeping animals in cages is going on. That seems a little bit contradictory. You would have thought that if you're saying there's a lot of this, you can't also say there's a lot of that. And rarely or not at all, there's not that many people saying they think these things happen rarely. But for some of these practices, you've got a lot of people saying don't know. So use of carbon dioxide when slaughtering animals. 78% don't know. 8% think it's rare. 14% think it happens a lot or a fair amount. Beak trimming. 62% don't know. Most Britons don't know how common practices like beak trimming, separation of calves from their mothers, and use of carbon dioxide in slaughter are. Yeah. 1 in 6 Britons think that UK farms have very high animal welfare standards. And then most say the UK generally has high animal welfare standards on farms, but there are still some bad cases. Yeah, this is a some bad apples myth. It's the majority of animals on factory farms, I'm afraid. When you see the factory farming footage and so on, you're not looking at bad apples, you're looking at something that's representative of the majority of UK farming. And then only 8% say UK generally has low animal welfare standards, but there are still some good cases. 9% say very low animal welfare standards. 1%, sorry, say very low. Free range is the term Britain's most likely to associate with higher welfare standards for farm animals. Free range, organic, outdoor bred, outdoor reared. Oh yeah, the outdoor bred, outdoor reared is a grim little tricky distinction. You could breed an animal outside and then put them inside for most of their lives, right? This had 3% vegans in 2020. We're looking at data that says about the same today in 2026. It's actually very similar. About 12% meat-free, including vegetarians and pescatarians. Well, there you go. Well done, Norway. They're going to be getting rid of the fast-growing breeds of chickens, which is inherent welfare problem, right? If you're bred to grow too fast to support your own weight, then anything else like what you're fed or your housing conditions or other things like this, they're not irrelevant, but you're going to be low welfare kind of whatever happens, right? So this makes up 60% of the chickens farmed in Norway at the moment, and they're going to get rid of it by 2027. So good for Norway. And yes, we need to be doing the same here in the UK. Right, let's have a little palate cleanser, shall we? Oh, based in def. I do donate over 10% of my humble income, although not especially active in the EA community per se. More in the consequentialist philosophy circles. Ritual Chapel stand for sure. Okay, nice. Don't know who that is, Richard Chappell. Might have to check them out. They sound... I get the sense that we're a similar brand of utilitarian consequentialist. I have to say I'm also not especially active in EA communities as such. Like, I very much identify as effective altruist, but I've posted now twice on the EA forum. One time spamming my YouTube videos, and one time recently doing a review of Bruce Friedrich's new book about alternative proteins. But yeah, I very much have an EA mindset. I'm just not in the habit of going to those communities. I'm on the EA Discord. I'm also, yeah, Effective Altruism Forum. I really should go there more, honestly, because there's a lot of good content there. People do like almost like paper length posts on there. Like, there's some really high effort posts on the EA Animal Welfare Forum, or the EA Forum generally. So yeah, people do some really good stuff on there. I should definitely check that out more. Right, let's have a little palette cleanser. Found this from a few years ago from The Onion. I haven't watched this, just a little two-minute, parody. Should animals be doing more for animal rights? Let's see what The Onion had to say. This is quite old as well, 17 years ago. Jeez, was YouTube around 17 years ago? Probably only just, right? Who wrote the best utilitarian FAQ on the internet? Nice. You had mentioned a resource to learn about the best animal charities to donate to. What is that? Thank you for asking, Natalie Johnson, in YouTube chat. It is animalcharityevaluators.org. I'll put it in the chat. It's so important to be giving to effective animal charities. There's a massive difference in effective animal charities versus average animal charities. And there's some good blogs on here about that. Let's see. Animal charity evaluators. Average charities, I think, is the term used. I'm not going to be able to find the post now, hey. Comparison chart of our 2021 recommended charities. This might mention it. Let's control F average on here. Oh, I guess not. I'm not going to be able to find the post now, but basically, the most effective animal charities are going to help thousands of times more animals than average animal charities. And there's a really interesting dynamic in charities as organizations, because they're not the same as businesses, where the outcome that you're trying to achieve is directly connected to your funding. Right, if you're a business selling widgets or making widgets, if you are not very good at making widgets, you're going to find out about that pretty quickly, right? Because people don't like your widgets, people aren't going to buy your widgets, and then you're going to run out of money. Whereas if you're a charity, the thing that you do, your programs, your actual work, right, in the charity, is oftentimes completely disconnected from your revenue source. You might have a very talented fundraising team and make like very compelling adverts for your charity and fundraising campaigns, and you might be doing not all that much, or the thing that you're doing is not very impactful. And there's, unlike in a business, there's no built-in feedback mechanism for you to find that out. Right, so the widget company that's not very good at making widgets, you can't help but finding that out, because you're going to run out of money. But an animal charity that's not very good at helping animals, as long as you have a good fundraising team, you could be spinning your wheels for years and not achieving very much. And, you know, worse than that, you could be soaking up a lot of funding from well-meaning vegan 2.0s and donors to animal charities, which that funding could have gone to someone else doing more effective things, right? But in the case of charities, it just goes to whoever has the best fundraising teams for the most part. For the most part, people are not analysing charities and seeing, you know, what's the best value for money, what's the best way that I can actually try and achieve the outcome that I want, right? It's just kind of who has the best adverts and who tells the best story sometimes. So I think animal charity evaluation is super important for that reason. Yeah, they have... these are the recommended charities. There's 10 of them currently. They were just updated in December 2025. Animal Welfare Observatory, Aquatic Life Institute, Cliffclick Heimvli Krumedöngai. I learned to say that for one of the Veganuary 2.0 videos. Dansk Vegetarisk Forning, I also learned to say that. The Good Food Fund, Shrimp Welfare Project, Synergia Animal, Sociedad Vegetariana Brasileira. That's weirdly the hardest to say, although it kind of looks very intuitive what it means. The Humane League and the Wild Animal Initiative. These are the 10 charities that Animal Charity Evaluators recommends at the moment. But do you know what the real play is? These charities change year on year, right? I see what you're saying. So how are the charities' effectiveness gauged then? Good question. They will have details on here about how they do this. How we prioritize, how we evaluate charities. There you go. Look at this. This is kind of similar to the graph I was looking for. All known animal charities, 4,000. Applicants who met all evaluation criteria, 24. 24 out of 4,000. So you're already looking at less than 1% of all of the animal charities out there who meet Animal Charity Evaluators' initial criteria. Of those 24, they evaluated 9, recommended 5. They actually have 10 recommended, so there must be something wrong with this. Let's see, evaluation criteria. Yeah, it's really important to have this kind of process in charitable giving. Because, yeah, like I say, it's not like a business where the best ones survive because they're selected by the market for being good at that thing. It's the outcomes and the program's completely disconnected from the financing, the funding. Here are the 3 criteria we use to evaluate charities in 2025. If you're interested in our methods and criteria from previous years, you can find them in our Progress Archive. Our evaluations for a rigorous process designed to identify charities that are likely to deliver significant benefits for animals in both the short and long term. Criterion 1, impact. Criterion 2, room for more funding. Criterion 3, organisation health. Okay, so impact is going to be the most difficult to assess, I dare say. The impact criterion comprises 2 complementary assessments, our theory of change analysis and our cost effectiveness analysis. Together, these 2 assessments indicate whether a charity is likely to significantly and cost effectively reduce the suffering of many animals. Theory of change analysis assesses the strength of the charity's evidence and logical reasoning for how their programs create change for animals. The analysis is customized to each charity depending on the type of work they did with the following objectives. 1. Understanding how the charity's activities would, in theory, lead to their desired impact. Assessing the strength of evidence, logic, and reasoning underpinning the charity's most important paths to impact. Understanding how the charity uses data and evidence in their programmatic decision-making. Understanding how the charity identifies and mitigates risks to their impact. Understanding how the charity understanding how the charity's different programs interact with each other to bring about that change. And understanding whether and how the charity collaborates with and contributes to the broader animal advocacy movement. Okay. So, theory of change analysis. Theory of change is a useful thing to have. I have a good graph for my YouTube theory of change, which is in one of my videos. Maybe we'll look at that later. Let's get rid of this. And then the second part, cost effectiveness analysis, assesses the impact per dollar of select programs to allow for quantitative comparison across charities wherever possible. We select the programs that contribute the most to the charity's impact, those that the charity prioritizes based on their spending and future plans, and those for which we are best able to calculate and or forecast impact per dollar. Our cost effectiveness models are tailored to each program and are designed to estimate various metrics based on available information. These metrics may include the amount of suffering averted per dollar, the number of animals helped per dollar, the number of human individuals or companies engaged per dollar. Okay, yeah, that's kind of interesting. We often talk about the number of animals that we can save for a given amount of money. But I've said previously, really, it's more like amount of suffering averted per dollar is a better metric there, because yeah, there's, number of animals itself that is a very blunt tool. Some animals suffer much more than others. Some animals have more capacity for suffering than others. Some animals live longer lives and so on. So number of animals is a little bit blunt, but amount of suffering, that's what you ideally want. Some sort of equation that will approximate that. I think we have a very real opportunity to get plant-based defaults in most major university dining halls soon. We know that behavioural change precedes and drives changes in explicit values much more than reverse. Yeah, that's interesting. That's an interesting point, Indef. It's we've got some stuff on here about defaults. This is a cool study that we did in a restaurant in India, which is run by a guy who's very vegan sympathetic. And they do also have meat options on the menu, which is a great opportunity for us to fiddle with their menus a bit and see how much it impacted on demand. This is Billy from my team talking about it. Let's have a look.
Modifications in the choice architecture of a food service outlet present an opportunity to encourage or nudge consumers to make plant-forward choices. In this study, we tested the efficacy of a range of nudges in a real-world setting in a plant-forward Mexican restaurant in Mumbai, India. From October 2023 to February 2024, we tested a range of promotional, visual and descriptive nudges in restaurants and analysed sales data to determine their efficacy. We found that descriptive nudges improving the appeal of plant-based dish descriptions and a promotional nudge that gave consumers a free churro when they ordered a plant-based main resulted in a statistically significant increase in the proportion of customers selecting plant-based options. In contrast, we found an environmental messaging nudge to be less effective, resulting in a statistically significant reduction in plant-based meal choices. We chose a real-world restaurant setting because it provided months of real-world sales data on the effectiveness of menu nudges in promoting plant-based eating, addressing a gap in the literature currently centred around short-term experimental studies. Moreover, this study was conducted in India, a country with a significant and growing impact on global food consumption patterns and an important context for sustainable food policy development.
Nice. You didn't mention defaults there, but I'm sure we did have defaults in one of these settings. This was the free churro. Yeah, the environmental message added to the menu actually decreased selection of plant-based options. This was the appeal there. Our planet needs you. You can make a difference. Makes it kind of seem like an effort and a sacrifice. These were the ones that worked. Okay, this is kind of default where they had the or they were recommended, right? They had the little hearts next to the plant-based options. I thought that we had something about defaults, at least in the online version. Okay, maybe I'm making that up. Anyway, yeah, defaults. Yeah, you're right, Indef. Yeah, but Richie on my team works with Greener by Default, which is an organisation that helps or encourages institutions to adopt plant-based defaults. I think they're doing pretty big things in UK hospitals at the moment. And again, that's very high leverage, right? If you can affect institutional menu design and institutional catering decisions, it's a good high leverage way of impacting a lot of animals. And yes, I like what you said about behavioural change often preceding change in values rather than the other way around. There's that great study where they have people answer questions about the moral value of cows and how much they think cows can suffer. And before they answer, half of them are given beef jerky to eat and half of them are given nuts. And you can guess the punchline if you are already thinking along these lines, right? When people have just eaten a bit of cow, i.e. the beef jerky, they are significantly less likely to say that cows can suffer and that cows have moral value and stuff like that, right? So there's good evidence for what you're saying, that actually changing the behavior, if we do have a means of changing the behavior first, it can then follow on to a change in attitudes second, rather than the other way around. My main goal is getting more guts used to adequate fiber, more taste buds used to soy, more young adults with basic plant cooking skills. Yeah. That's an interesting way of putting that in depth. New information to me that behavior precedes values. Thought the priority was create moral distress. Yeah, well, I think that both work, Natalie. There's a common misconception sometimes, and it sounds like you don't have this misconception, but a lot of vegans do, that like creating the moral distress is somehow bad because via cognitive dissonance, then people kind of dig their heels in and justify, well, there must, confronted with this moral distress, I assume I must have a good reason for eating meat and animal products, right? And then they kind of work backwards to make up their reasons from there. That definitely can happen, but I think for the most part, creating that moral distress which is a very good way of putting it. The other resolution to that cognitive dissonance then that people feel between their ideas and their behaviors is to change the behaviors, right? And clearly some amount of people do that. And I think as well, when vegans reflect on their experience of going vegan, certainly this is the case for me, a lot of us can remember a time of significant cognitive dissonance and kind of living with it and thinking it over for a while and thinking maybe that this is okay and I guess I must have a good reason for doing this, right? Living in that cognitive dissonance. And it's on us as vegan 2.0s and animal advocates to keep on pushing that dissonance, because the easiest thing to do in that situation is to ignore it, right? So unless you have people who keep on pushing it, eventually some of those people are going to be kind of forced to resolve that dissonance by giving up the animal products and going vegan. So yeah, that definitely is one route as well. Interesting and deaf. Yeah, instead of getting the moral parts, human brains to choosing things that their tastes don't want, getting guts used to plant staples, so the guts tell the taste that flesh is disgusting. Much better. Yeah. That's something that Jane Land said in our interview. She said a couple of weeks into Veganuary, you get a lot of people posting on the group like, is anyone going to the toilet more than they used to? One of the many things that Joan said that cracked me up. I'm not sure. I've definitely met Jane in person, but I don't think I've spoken to her that much. I wasn't ready for her to be so Risley, honestly. She really had me laughing in that interview. Yeah, clearly there's a reason that she's, trailblazer in our world. Very high riz. I enjoyed that a lot. So the other two ACE criterion then, I'll read these because they're short. Number 2, room for more funding. Recommendation from ACE generally leads to an increase in charities' funding, sometimes quite substantial. With this criterion, we assess how much money a charity can effectively use in the next 2 years, the length of our recommendation period, based on the historical financials and plans for growth. This includes assessing how their work over the next 2 years would differ under various funding scenarios, and gauging whether there will be diminishing returns to their work over time. We also examine the leadership's strategic decision-making to assess their prioritization of resource investment. The results of the criterion ensure that ACE only recommends organizations that will put future funding to effective use and help guide our recommended charity fund distributions to create the most impact for animals. Yeah, so there could be some organizations which are doing very impactful and cost-effective programs, but that are kind of at capacity in some ways. Like, funding might not be their constraint, right? Maybe they're like, if you're now a cage-free campaigning organization in the UK, for example, ACE might look at you and say, well, this law is going to get changed around this, actually. So if that's all you're doing, then you're going to kind of run out of room to make impact, right? Which, again, that's a good problem for the movement to have. Like, we've been too successful in this one particular sense. That's actually going to be interesting for UK animal advocates, because generally cage-free campaigning are amongst the most impactful things that you can do, which is why it is so much of what we see on the Fast Action Network. And now we've come to a point where we've been sufficiently successful in the UK that we're going to make cage systems for egg farming illegal, and therefore we're going to have to find something else to do, right? What's the next most effective thing that we can do? There's stuff in the animal charity evaluators charities which are, institutional diet change is a big one. So that's your defaults and your plant-based menus and stuff like this, right, at the institutional level rather than the individual level, because obviously you're going to affect more animals that way. There's also alternative proteins, investing in better and cheaper plant-based and cell-cultivated meat, for example. So that's a good one as well for effective animal charities. So there are a few different interventions now which pass the smell test for the theory of change. Institutional change, alt proteins, policy, and corporate policy and national policy. And then the cost effectiveness part comes in, right? Because we're going to have several organizations with the same theory of change working on the same kind of approach, but some of them are going to be much more cost effective than others. And then finally, organizational health. With this criterion, we assess whether any aspects of an organization's governance or work environment pose a risk to their effectiveness or stability, thereby reducing their potential to help animals. Individuals engaging in misconduct and toxic practices may also negatively affect the reputation of the broader animal advocacy movement, which is highly relevant for a growing social movement, as well as advocates' well-being and willingness to remain in the movement. Yeah, so this is just, they're also not bastards, right? That's pretty much the third criteria, which is valid. Pose risk of effectiveness stability, thereby reducing their potential to help animals. Yeah, misconduct and toxic practices. So bad behaviour will get you kicked off the ACE evaluation list. It's also a good thing, of course, that, like they said, an animal charity evaluator's recommendation can mean a lot more funding for a given organisation, right? Which is a good thing, because now you have a situation where there's competition to be the most effective, and if you're successful in that competition, you can get a lot more funding for your organisation, right? This is something that, absent something like ACE, you wouldn't really have that same type of competition. You would have, again, it would just come down to marketing departments, basically, right? So animal charity evaluators really doing God's work for the animal movement. And I recommend, so this is what I was going to say, the real play is to give to animal charity evaluators directly. They have their recommended charity fund. And of course, their recommendations change every couple of years. So if you start up giving to a particular one of these charities, you're either going to have to remember to change it in a couple of years when the recommendations change. Well, you're going to have to remember, and you're going to also have to have the heart to cut off a charity that you've been giving to in favour of some new, more effective one. So the main thing that I would recommend for that reason is to give to animal charity evaluators directly, and therefore you can be confident that they will be allocating that funding to the up-to-date most effective charities, and you're not going to have to pull the plug on any particular organisation. There's also EA Animal Welfare Funds, which is where I give. Same thing, it's like a meta charity with effective altruism considerations. Nice in-depth. All right, let's watch this Onion little parody video. Should animals be doing more for animal rights? I've never seen this. This could go down well or badly. We'll see. Good luck.
I'm Juliana McCannis, sitting in for Clifford Baines, who is hunting down the scumbag who killed his father. PETA has been fighting for animal rights for decades, with little success. Shouldn't animals be helping more to win the fight for their rights?
Well, I'll tell you, right now, it's a very every animal for itself attitude out there. They need to organize.
Yes, I think animals need to take control of their own future, and I've been telling that to my dog for years. But
I tell my cat.
But if they ever want to vote, they had better start learning how to march.
They have tried, and they have failed miserably. Do we remember when PETA tried to organize that million dog march down in Washington?
Oh, don't tell
me. It was a
me.
mess, you know. I mean, not only did they not build in the infrastructure for cleaning up after themselves, but it just was not organized.
It was a disaster. We all agree.
I think they have to stop eating each other and really kind of come to the table and say, all right, we're all on the same page here.
And that's what PETA doesn't understand.
Animals have traditionally been politically apathetic.
Well, animals need to demand their rights to fair animal trials. Then they can wear little robes and dress up like lawyers and kind of like have a jury.
Don't forget the little hats.
I agree, but which of them deserves the rights?
Well, I know one that doesn't deserve the rights, and that's the water buffalo.
Perhaps.
And I will be dead and in the ground, eaten by maggots before I see a water buffalo with the same rights as I.
If PETA dropped the so-called problem animals, would they have more success?
If anything, the great white sharks, the anacondas, and the...
I don't like those hermit crabs.
For me, the only thing that's keeping me from being a card-carrying member of PETA is their persistent support of the water buffaloes. I mean,
nobody is going to argue with that point.
Thank you.
Well, I mean,
But
some people do argue
what
with
should
that
they
point.
do to get these rights for animals?
Just keep throwing paint on people.
Because people love having paint thrown on them.
Yes, it's lovely.
All right, as silly as we knew it would be. And as silly as some of the actual serious coverage of animal rights things, I have to say. As to the paint throwing, I suspect that probably... I suspect that probably is something that does more harm than good. I say that with some hesitation. Obviously, in theory, it could be a good thing to have, you know, a strong disincentive for... They're talking about wearing fur, right? That was the throwing red paint over people wearing fur. If this was happening consistently, people would probably wear less fur. Or even if it was happening in a high-profile way such that people imagine that it's happening consistently, right? Then people would probably stop wearing fur. There's also, of course, what is kind of being referenced here, like how the impact on, you know, the perception of the movement. And the thing is, we're not here to make friends in a lot of cases, right? People talk about this will make people dislike vegans for a lot of interventions. That matters to some extent. Like, you do want to be seen as sympathetic and be able to, you know, have wider group support you and so on. But at the end of the day, we're not here to make friends, and we know that it is not going to be... Like, a lot of people are not going to like being told the truth about factory farming, for example, and said, hey, the majority of farmed animals are coming from factory farms, the majority of meat is coming from factory farms. If you are buying meat, for the most part, you are going to be responsible for factory farming on some level. You ought to not be doing that. Of course, people are not going to like being told that. But we can't try to be liked at the expense of ever saying the actual truth. There's a line to be drawn, right? I don't know where the throwing paint sits on that line. More of a futurist, finding more good in making consequentialist altruism within cultures. I don't like those hermit crabs. Children getting stoked sketch. I'd be happy if I could just have an influence on my loved ones. Yeah, yeah, many people are saying this. I actually think it's probably going to be one of those things where, I mean, look, the people in our own lives are the most salient to us, of course, right? And it's, you know, it's obviously upsetting if you go home for Christmas and your parents are eating factory farm turkey or whatever, right? That said, I think that people can get almost distracted by trying to influence people in their immediate life. Well, there's two parts to this, right? On one level, people are at different stages with respect to how likely they are to change their diet. And some people have different levels of stubbornness, right? So the classic example is a stubborn dad, I feel, right? Dads are, you know, notoriously problematic in this sense. My dad's pretty woke, but the stubborn dad is the classic example, I think. And it would be easy for an animal advocate to get very locked on to the people in their immediate life and their immediate circle. Again, that's the most salient to you, right? You have to live with them, you have to see what they're eating every day, you care about them personally, so it's troubling to you that this person's eating animals. But they might be eating the same amount of animals as somebody who's, in fact, much easier to persuade. So I think it's not that there are no reasons to focus on the people in your immediate life, but it might be that those people are amongst some of the most stubborn and hardest to persuade. And it might be that you can help many more animals by focusing your energies elsewhere on people who are kind of further along the progress. So that's one view on it. Another view, though, is that obviously the people in your life are probably the people who you can influence the most, right? People are going to be more influenced by people they know personally than they are going to be influenced by random people for the most part. So I think that there is perhaps an argument as well for each of us doing what we can in our immediate circles and with people that we actually know and care about our opinions of them and so on. So maybe that increases your ability to influence those people. I have a video on my channel called How to Get Someone to Go Vegan. I think that's quite a good resource, if I do say so myself, for trying to assess where a particular person is at in that process and give you some tools that you can use for different people in that process as well. I might read the paper that that's based on stream sometime because there's a lot of good stuff in there. That's an interesting perspective in depth. I think shrimp welfare projects deeply misguided a low local maximum when we have opportunities to profoundly impact which behaviours are normalised in coming generations. Yeah, the AI post that we read on Sandcastle's blog really made me think about what scale we should be thinking at. Yeah, I know the what you're saying makes sense, right? This is like a very immediate, you could say, kind of short-term model of how many animals you're helping. Right, it's like a high number of animals helped from the Shrimp Welfare Project, but it's probably unlikely to lead to the kind of cultural change that we need if we're going to make big changes in the long term on a cultural level. Nice, in-depth. Thank you, Natalie. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, my video called How to Get Someone to Go Vegan, it's the stages of change model, right? So you have people at the pre-contemplation stage where they've just never really thought about it. People at the contemplation stage, that's where you get all the cognitive dissonance and the coming up with their reasons. That's where a lot of people stay stuck. But if you can get beyond the contemplation stage, and that's when you've persuaded someone, right, when they've decided they're going to do something, then there's the preparation stage where people are starting to scope out meat alternatives and thinking about practically how would I do this and trying vegan options and stuff like that. Then when somebody actually makes the change, they move to stage 4 is the action stage. And that's usually defined as the first 6 months. That's where people are most likely to relapse, right? That's your first time veganuary people and stuff like this. And there's some very cool tools that you can introduce people to at that stage. And then beyond that is the maintenance stage, which is like longer than 6 months. It's generally easier to maintain the change. And I think at that point, it's quite important to be in vegan communities and have that kind of social reinforcement so that you are likely to maintain the change longer term, and also to go beyond that and be vegan 2.0, for example, where there's this effect where groups with homogenous values, or like similar values, I guess, people in those groups will tend to become more radical in that sense. Which that kind of sounds like a bad thing, but in the case of veganism, I think we can agree it's probably a good thing. Yeah, I really appreciate that, Natalie. I'm really out here like trying to find the people that this really resonates with. We've got a small audience at the moment, but it's one of those things where when people get it, it's really in line with their way of thinking about things. Nice, Dev. A lot of people use cows for milk instead of cows give us milk. That's big brain. That's big brain. Yeah, that's a very nice reframing. That's okay, Natalie. You're very welcome here. If you're a Discord person, you can join the Discord at dsc.gg/ChrisBryantPhD. I'll put that in the chat as well. You're very welcome in this community. And we're vegan 2.0s, all right? So we're not that... we're not like obsessed with the purity in the way that vegan 1.0s are, but we're more about how can we effectively help a lot of animals. And that is the topic of a couple of talks that I have lined up to watch. So these are both like EA flavored. This is from Kieran Grieg at EAGX Australia in 2022. What's needed in effective animal advocacy. And then this is a longer one from Nick Cooney at International Animal Rights Conference 2013. How to be efficient in animal rights. We'll watch maybe one, maybe both of these. Oh, nice, Natalie. Yeah. That's, the thing about influencing young people is actually a really good point. I think Indef said this above, like, yeah, more life to live, right? Easier to persuade, yes, less stuck in their ways, and with more life to live. If you're getting, like, I hope they're not watching. We once had an almost project, didn't quite happen in the end, with an organization which focuses on vegetarianism or vegetarians in care homes, like end of life, old people, right? And I did have a part of me there that was thinking, like, this is kind of short-term impact, right? It's kind of as mean as that is to say, right? It's like you don't have that many eating years left, whatever you're eating, compared to young kids, right? They've got their whole lives ahead of them, their whole careers ahead of them. They can choose to go into animal advocacy careers or to give to effective animal charities. They also will have an underrated influence on their parents as well. I'm sure, you guys know this better than I do. But yeah, influencing kids, I think, is very high leverage. And yeah, Indef mentioned Allied Scholars for Animal Protection. That's, I guess, university age. But that's also a very good stage to aim at, because people are in the stage of their life where they're independent for the first time, they're buying their own food for the first time, they're able to make those choices, and they're also open to new ideas at university, right? I'm 33, you get to my age and beyond, and a lot of people are kind of on the track they're probably going to stay on, right? It's not to say that there can't be big life changes later in life, but yeah, influencing younger people, I think, makes a ton of sense. Oh, that sounds interesting, in depth. Maybe I will watch that. Short with Has Vegan talking about the dog in the street, thought experiment, and deontologists. Yeah, let me know where I can find that. Maybe I will give that a watch. Let's do Kieran Grieg first, hey? This is the more recent one, and it's the shorter one as well. We're going to do a long stream today. Probably until about 6, I would say. We'll see how we go, but we're going to watch Kieran Grieg, and then yeah, I've got a couple of other news articles that we can look at, and some other things as well. But yeah, if you guys have suggestions for content, I'll definitely take a look. Nice one, Indef. Yeah, well, you know, I'll watch that now if you find the link now, and then we'll do this afterwards. Forming long-term relationships which derail many early vegans, making communities more important. Yeah. That's one thing I like about streaming as well. It becomes, because you have the live chat, it becomes a forum for community, which is not quite the case for YouTube videos. I've done a lot of prepared content videos. I haven't done any in like the last month though, partly because I've been streaming a bit more. I don't know, I like doing both, honestly. I do like doing both. Like making the prepared content, you spend a couple of days writing and researching, and you know, then you can edit, and it's a smoother viewing experience in many ways, but live streams just kind of hit different. I wonder if I turn on this heater, if it's going to be disruptive in terms of mic noise. Seems like it's okay. Nice. Yeah, I had a good conversation with Has Vegan about Vegan 2.0. That was a pretty nice convo. That's on his channel. I think I watched it on stream one time. But yeah, he's a cool guy. Let's watch this little short VARC thing. I was going to talk about VARC, Vegan Animal Rights Conference here in the UK, which is coming up in March. This is highlights from last year. It's only a minute and a half. Let's take a look.
We're back even bigger and better than last year. The work ahead isn't easy, but in this room we have the power to make real change.
Having a plant-based diet or living a vegan lifestyle is very, very important, but there's so many other aspects to creating animal freedom and animal rights within our communities.
It needs a long-term vision to see how we're going to get to where we want, but we are in a really, really good place right now to think about that together and collaborate together.
Lots of experts in the fields to learn from. Some of the talks have been really powerful.
We learnt a lot about the entire array of vegan organisations that exist.
Hearing about different campaigns and find out where I can get involved and how I can help.
Seeing the incredible work that's being done and the incredible level of commitment of the people in this movement is so deeply inspiring to me.
We need to unify. We need to find moments, campaigns and ideas and initiatives that we can collectively get behind.
to collaborate more, to coordinate action and build trust in the movement as well.
And when we do that, we will prove to all industries of oppression that we can make this twilight struggle into a new dawn for every single animal on this planet.
Oof, goosebumps. That was Tom Harris. That was Tom Harris at the end. Damn, I've seen that guy speaking, but I've never seen him speaking like that. That was he was really spitting that hay. So this is highlights from the 2025 Vegan Animal Rights Conference. We got the 2026 conference in Manchester in March. 39 days away. Here's some of the speakers. I was looking for a program, but I guess it's a broken link at the moment. Here's your boy. I'm going to be speaking on a panel with Christoph Dont, who's from the Fair Society, and Sam Villana, who I guess doesn't have a bio on here yet. But yeah, I'll be speaking about Vegan 2.0 stuff for the most part. Elder care is big business. I don't know, pardon me, I don't let's know the stats, but seniors are the highest part of our population. They're only going to grade you. Yeah, that's an interesting point, little sunshine. They are, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. I wonder how long the average person is in a care home like that. I'm not sure. Who else do we recognize on here? Alistair Curry from the Vegan Society, speaking about working with others to make policy progress. Last year, the Vegan Society collaborated with more than 40 organisations to present a joint policy proposal to the government. Collaborative proposals of this kind are often welcomed by policymakers, but can bring challenges in messaging and coordination, especially where partner organisations have overlapping with different goals or values. Interesting. Public Affairs and Policy Manager. Yeah, this is a cool guy. This was Alistair Curry was one of the major critics of my position on the farm kind stuff, which I appreciated. I think you know, it was all good-hearted criticism. That was one of my major kind of takeaways from that whole debacle, was the constructive disagreement element. You know what I'll say as well? I didn't think about this at the time, but I kind of realized it since. I had quite a contrarian position on the Farm Kind campaign. I was one of the few people, I'll say, to be supportive of the Forget Veganuary campaign. And that was, for me, that was my sincere position and beliefs. I made a video about that called Is Tony Vannelli Cooking or Cooked? And what I hadn't thought about when I was making that, you know, again, this is me trying to express what I really think and explain the situation, right? But what I hadn't thought about was it kind of pays to be contrarian in a sense. Like there is a market for somebody who's going to take a position that's a little bit out there and a little bit controversial. There will be some people who totally got what they were trying to do, as I did, and, you know, identify with that immediately. But it also becomes the basis for interesting disagreements, right? A lot of times with vegan content creation, you know, I'm thinking about trying to speak to Tobias Leonard on the stream. And one thing I think is, well, I'm not sure if we'd disagree on anything, so it might not be that interesting in one sense, right? So when there's a bit of disagreement, it can be more interesting content. But also, if you're the person taking the kind of contrarian position, you know, people want to come and have a look. Well, what's all that about, right? So again, that wasn't my thinking with doing it. I wasn't cynically like, oh, I'll do this contrarianism, it will get me more views. But I realized in retrospect that that was the case. And now I'm thinking, how many content creators do that kind of cynically? Right? They know that there's a market for contrarianism, and if you're the one saying the opposite to what most people think, people come and have a look at what on earth you're talking about, right? So there you go. Maybe we'll be more contrarian in the future with a cynical outlook. No. Yeah, it's a tough one, little sunshine. I think I would need a good argument to overcome the fewer years of life to potentially impact and like limited impact beyond the immediate community for elder care kind of stuff. I'd definitely take a look at it if you have any kind of resources about that. But yeah, I think that for me it's probably not going to be like particularly high impact, I would imagine. Young people stuff though, I do rate. Allied Scholars for Animal Protection, New Roots Institute, that used to be an ACE recommended charity. I did an interview with the guy who runs that as well. They used to go into schools and give presentations and try to persuade students to go vegan, become animal advocates and so on. And they completely pivoted away from that and actually fired a bunch of staff who were the people going into the schools, because they realized that they could have higher leverage by doing activist training amongst young people. So people who were already bought in, and now it's like, how can we make these people as high impact as possible and think about like their future careers and stuff like that. So yeah, New Roots Institute is one I would recommend having a look at for influencing the younger generation. Hey, here's Elise Hankins from Bryant Research. This is someone else on my team. What's she going to be talking about then? Veganism around the world. Yeah, okay. This is a report that we did for the Vegan Society. This is a pretty cool report, if I do say so myself. I'll put the link to this in chat as well. We were looking at a few different indicators of veganism around the world, as the title suggests, and in a few key countries. This is our survey on the rates of vegetarians and vegans. This is our survey in green and orange. This is previous surveys in red and pink there. And look at that, India really head and shoulders above everywhere else in terms of the proportion of vegetarians and vegans. You might have guessed that, but everyone knows there's a lot of vegetarians in India. But yeah, we had 40% saying that they were vegetarian or vegan, 14% saying vegan. And that is a lot of hopium, by the way, because this is the most populous country in the world. India recently overtook China as the most populous country in the world. And it's also the most vegan country in the world. It's going to be increasingly important as a global power. And it has very high rates of veganism and vegetarianism. So that is something to be hopeful about. Look at that, most positive perceptions of veganism in India compared to other countries. Most negative in Japan. That was an interesting one. Kind of not surprising, I dare say. I've heard before that Japan is like not particularly vegan friendly. Everything has fish in it, right? So kind of difficult for vegans in Japan. I will say though, these places with the lowest rates of veganism, and I think it was Japan and Mexico in our survey, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. These are the places where the marginal impact of one more vegan, one more animal advocate is probably very high. Because if you're in India where there's already 40% vegetarian or vegan, I mean, you know, still good if you go vegetarian or vegan, right? But your marginal impact is going to be less than if you're in Mexico or Japan with like 1 or 2 or 3% vegetarians and vegans. They're like one person standing up and starting demand and doing activism and so on. You might be doubling the number of vegans in your town, right? So a lot of potential in those countries where it's starting from a low level. There's Israel and Singapore having the most animal product alternative companies per capita, which is very cool. Head and shoulders above the other countries here. I would have thought the Netherlands would be higher on this. They have a lot of... Oh, well, no, they're fourth, to be fair. Yeah, okay, so that checks out. But this is the food security thing I was talking about yesterday with Israel and Singapore. New Zealand and Australia top for vegan dining options per capita. Based New Zealand and Australia there. Fair play. UK third. Not bad. Not bad, UK. The UK does alright on a lot of these measures, actually. Oh yeah, Seventh-day Adventists in Korea. Nice. Is that a big community in Korea? That's kind of surprising. Iceland, highest percentage of restaurants with vegan options in Europe by quite a way. That's a little bit surprising to me. What else we got on here? There's all stuff about animal product consumption, production, and trade. This is a useful report, I reckon. Well, at least we'll be talking about it at the VARC conference anyway. Who else we got on here? Jasmine Deboo, Colette Fox from ProVeg. We know them. Matthew Glover talking about Project Slingshot. Tom Harris, who we saw talking in the trailer there. Wayne Huising, never know how to say this guy's name exactly, but very well known advocate. Melanie Joy, Tobias Leonard. Shireen Kassam, we know her from Plant-Based Health Professionals. Oh, I know this person as well, Samantha Mega. Alright, I'm just talking about people I know on here now. Oh, this is Richie from my team. What's Richie talking about then? How can we defund factory farming? Oh, yes, he's done some very good stuff on divestment. Break down the results from extensive research, over 16,000 words written on financial activism, detailing which tactics could be effective, which ones probably aren't, and new tactics the movements could explore. Yeah, this will be good. Richie's a very, very smart guy. He's our director of research at Bryant Research. He's all over the AI as well. Claire Palmer, I've spoken to her on the channel as well. Libby Pepiaptia, the Vegan Society. This is a real who's who for the UK animal movement. And here we are. We're going to be a sponsor for 2026. We sponsored this conference last year as well. We got a good position on this. We're right in the middle there, makes us look like one of the main ones. I think we're on the cheapest tier, but we got the middle placement. Good, good. Yeah, I'll put the link to this as well. This is in Manchester in the UK in March. So I'll be there with my team. And yeah, I've never been to this conference before, but I've heard really good things about it. Oh, that's his agenda. Oh, look at that, they do have an agenda. What do we lack in our movement? Ideas, talent, or funding? How vegans can prevent and recover from burnout. Melanie Joy. Oh, there's Richie. How can we defund factory farming? Nice. Yeah, this conference is going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe I'll do some content from there. Who knows? Who knows? Right, shall we watch a talk? True and deaf. Yeah, probably the circle logo helps. Yeah, kind of true. Let's do Kieran Grieg and then we'll see. We might do Nick Cooney afterwards. A little bit older and a lot longer, but I'm pretty sure Nick Cooney is a bit of a genius. So I believe that he is pretty central in almost, I dare say, founding effective animal advocacy as a concept. I think he was one of the early guys involved with animal charity evaluators. Humane League is a big part of the Humane League. So, yeah, I'll definitely be tempted to watch that as well. But let's start with Kieran Grieg. We've also got this plant-based news video called "The Real Reason Beyond Meat Collapsed," which we might take a look at as well. There's a bit of analysis of Beyond Meat stock. Beyond Meat, of course, is still around, but they're talking about the stock price there. But all right, let's start with Kieran Grieg. Let's go.
Awesome. So hi everyone, I'm Kieran. I'm also the soon-to-be Chief Strategy Analyst at Reefing Priorities, and I was previously the Director of Research at Farmed Animal Funders. In addition to that, I manage the EA Animal Welfare Fund and also do something on the Food Systems Research Fund, and it's great to be presenting to all of you today. Today I'm going to present on what's needed in the effective animal advocacy movement. For those of you who might not be aware, effective animal advocacy is just the prong of effective altruism that focuses on animals. And I'll be giving the presentation on this topic for about the next 15 minutes or so. There's only 9 slides. After the presentation, I think we'll go to some questions, potentially we'll open up to the floor for some questions, and I feel like there's a lot to cover, so I'm just going to go straight into it. So first, I'm going to start by outlining some caveats and limitations. In this presentation, I'm only going to very quickly go over some of the key points. I've gone for breadth over depth in order to cover what I thought were the key areas. Given that breadth, it is a lot of content, so strap yourself in for something of a whirlwind tour of the movement. I'm also just giving my considered impressions. I myself might update a bit after hearing thoughts from others, though I think one would get similar thoughts from someone else who's knowledgeable, about the movement, but there may also be some divergence too. I also didn't really complete like a formal analysis to reach these considered impressions. Instead, these are just what stood out to me in my judgment when I took the time to consider it. I also think the movement is great in a lot of ways too, but today I'm just focusing on what's needed, not all the things that are great about the movement. And given all those caveats and limitations, I think it's worth taking what I'm going to say with the appropriate amount of salt. I also want to apologize in advance for some potentially boring slides. I want to assure you the boringness of these slides doesn't necessarily correlate with the quality of the ideas that follow. And given all those caveats and limitations, I think let's dive straight into what I think is needed. And there's 5 things that I think the movement needs more of. The first is more quality evidence and analysis. The second is more programs to scale. The third is more funding. The fourth is more work in low and middle income countries. And the fifth is more workforce optimization. And by workforce optimization, I mean this kind of awkward umbrella term that captures attracting, retaining, and diversifying the talent base. The remainder of the talk, I'm just going to talk through each of these 5 things in a bit more detail. I want to highlight from the start that I don't think these 5 needs are mutually exclusive or collectively exhaustive. I just thought these kind of interconnected and overlapping areas were the best things to highlight in the limited time today. And I think the movement is also this, it's a complicated and it's a nuanced beast. These needs are going to apply to differing extents to the different parts of the movement. But taken as a whole, I do think they seem applicable to the movement as a whole. And I'm not really listing them in order of priority either, or really any order really. They're just numbered to help distinguish them and refer to them. And I think with all that said, let's go into more detail on number 1. So, need number 1, more quality evidence and analysis. So for this one, I think it's worth highlighting some of the context here. And that the movement, it's still very nascent, and by that, I mean it's very young. It's only really been around this past decade or so. And when it came into existence, it's not like it had this grand body of evidence to really draw upon. It's not like academics had already completed a lot of work, there was only a limited amount they had done. Similarly, it wasn't as if governments have really been plowing funds into this area either. There's actually a pretty stark contrast to the global health sector, for instance. And within that sector, it's something like $1 billion annually going to research on that front. For us, it's more like $10 to $20 million per year. So if you compare those numbers, you already have a ratio of about 100x, 50x. Global health has also been around a lot longer. So I think that helps put into perspective the kind of differing evidence bases that we have to deal with. And as a result, I think that means that there's just a whole lot of questions within our sector where more evidence and analysis would be quite useful. And that's everything from how might we improve wild animal welfare? How do we compare moral weights across species? What might be good to do in Indonesia? What food chemistry research should we prioritize on plant-based alternatives? And I think this evidence, it can take varying forms and be a whole lot of different methodologies. But for instance, these could be studies, it could be desk research, it could be experimental trials, monitoring and evaluation of existing efforts, and the list goes on. I think if you're interested in tackling some of these questions, I would encourage reaching out to either some of the organizations who are already active within the area, or at least kind of reading relevant resources. And actually, if you have an analytical bent and or a background or experience in philosophy or one of the related sciences, or something quantitative, or otherwise, chances are you're probably just smart and impressive if you're here today or if you're listening to this talk. And I think that it could be, doing independent research on one of these topics. It could be an area of mutual interest to you and the movement. And I really think you ought to consider either applying for a grant to work on something like this, or a fellowship with one of the organizations to work on this. So yes, please do consider it. And while doing so, please know that the goal of all this further research is often actually going to be need number 2. And need number 2 is more programs to scale. So I think very broadly speaking, we can divide effective animal advocacy at this point into these 4 programmatic areas, and it's depending on what they're trying to advance. These 4 areas are farmed animal welfare, alternative proteins, wild animal welfare, and invertebrate welfare. And within each of these program areas, we want to get programs to scale. So for farmed animal welfare, I think we are poised to find the next thing like cage-free hen corporate campaigns. That is something that is very cost-effective and highly scalable. So recall that from our estimates at this point, it seems likely that tens of hen years are affected per dollar spent on these campaigns. And once we find something comparable to that, I think we can pump a lot of funds into this.
Those tens of hen years, i.e. years of hen life, right? And again, here's that big chart, percentage of cage-free eggs going up and up and up, both in the UK and the US. This is something really tractable, which the animal movement has been successful in identifying and actioning. So yeah, we're on the right track so far.
So a plausible contender might be something on fish welfare, but at this point it's unclear exactly what it will be. For alt protein, I think we're in a somewhat different position than other areas, as we more clearly have interventions worth scaling. So I particularly like lobbying governments for R&D funds on alt protein, and I think within the alt protein part of the ecosystem, it might now be more about finding the right balance of groups to work on this, and what precisely they should lobby for, and how to do that lobbying, but it's also still funding constrained too. And plausibly within alt proteins, there might also be something on corporate engagement there that we could scale as well. For wild animal welfare, I think it's a bit of a different story.
Hey, boss man, what's good? Good to see you. Thanks for joining.
Yes, it's unclear exactly what we want to scale there. I think it might be something around, further funds to research, but my sense is that there we're much more in this scope and trial phase, this kind of research and hypothesis testing at this point.
Worth noting how well aligned this is with the recommendations of animal charity evaluators, the effective charities supported by FarmKind as well. Right, you've got the Humane League, one of the major organisations doing the cage-free campaigns and achieving those victories. You've got the Good Food Institute, and Good Food Fund is the one that Animal Charity Evaluators recommends currently, working on alternative proteins in China, which, as we read in that AI blog, is expected to be particularly high value. Not only is there a lot of people there, but there's unique manufacturing and energy production capabilities there. So probably China is going to be the future of alt proteins one way or another. And then wild animals, right? We gave to the Wild Animal Initiative as part of Veganuary 2.0. Wild animals is not really something that I've spoken about that much on the channel. Partly because, as he's saying, it's a little bit difficult to know how tractable it is as a problem to solve. But the Wild Animal Initiative, which is one of the Animal Charity Evaluators recommended charities, the major thing that they do is research into what interventions might be useful, and they do have a few things like vaccines and some other interventions which are likely to be high leverage for helping wild animals. A couple of things to note about wild animals, by the way, just to interrupt here. One, there's many more of them than even farmed animals. Right, so we often look at the number of farmed animals compared to animals in shelters or compared to even people, right? There's many of them. I think we're about between 50 and 70 billion farmed animals killed per year for food. Wild animals are in the trillions. So there's a lot more of them than other categories that we might be concerned about. And then the other thing I'll say on wild animals, some people have the sense that we don't have quite as much of a responsibility towards wild animals because we are, in most cases, not directly causing their suffering in the same way that we are for farmed animals. But in my view, if you look at the human case, right, we are concerned about humans whose suffering we are responsible for, or other humans are responsible for. For example, people affected by war. And we're also concerned about other humans whose suffering other humans are not responsible for. For example, people affected by natural disasters. Right, so it makes sense, in one sense, we could think of like wild humans, right? Or humans affected by causes that are not human-caused. And in both cases, we think we can intervene and make things better, and we feel like we have an obligation to do that. So it doesn't have to be that we're the cause of the suffering. And on an individual level, of course, as enlightened vegan 2.0s, we go beyond the animals that we would be directly affecting by boycotting animal products as vegans, and we look to all of the other animals that we could be helping who are being impacted, in this case, by other humans. But yeah, I think there's a case for helping wild animals as well. So yeah, I like that that's included.
Similarly, for invertebrate welfare, I think it's just, very nascent. There's only really a handful of groups that work on this topic at this point, and I think it's kind of unclear exactly what we want to scale there. Potentially, it could be something about lobbying or dissuading potential investors to that industry. But my sense is, again, we're kind of still more on this scope and trial and research and hypothesis testing point. But perhaps across all these different general programmatic areas, the common denominator is in finding programs to scale. And forever related to scaling is need number 3. And need number 3 being, we just need more funding. So effective animal advocacy at this point, it's currently at $60 million to $80 million per year. There's a bit of a range there just because it's a bit unclear where exactly we should draw the boundary. Open Phil, which is a big foundation that probably everyone in the room is aware of, they're a substantial part of that. Then there's something of a drop to the other big donors. ACE also plays a role, the EA Fund too. One thing I'll highlight about that $60 million to $80 million per year is that there's still been significant growth year on year in that. So it was only a few years back, it was more at the $45 million, $50 million per year level. And it's growing at, by my back of the envelope calculations, it's about 20% year on year. And I would hope that that growth maintains for a number of years into the future. That way, say 10 years out, we could be looking at a movement that's $300 million plus. But it's, it's somewhat unclear to me how realistic that is. Here's what
he's not talking about the whole animal movement here, right? This must be effective animal advocacy specifically. This is 2022, so it was a few years ago, but I think our estimates that we're hearing from FarmKind for the current size of the total farmed animal movement is 300 million a year. He's talking about 40, 50, 60 million a year. That must be effective animal advocacy, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
I think is realistic.
That's awesome, though, by the way, 20% year-on-year growth. We need to keep that going. We need Vegan 2.0 to be powering that growth. Big part of what we talk about Vegan 2.0 is give more, right? Give more, share more, do more. Give more might be the most impactful thing that we can do. The thing I like about giving as well, you can set up your direct debit and your regular donations to animal charities and then go about getting distracted by other things in your life, and it's kind of fine. For sharing more and doing more, you really need to be constantly rediscovering your motivation to get on social media and share stuff, or to get on Fast Action Network and be in organized online activism, for example. For giving more, once you set up a recurring payment, you have to decide to cancel it. And you can pretty much give a portion of your income to effective animal charities and kind of forget about it. it's also where we see the highest expected number of animals impacted, frankly, compared to sharing more and doing more. Now, we like to have the diversification so that we're sort of spreading our bets in terms of what is actually going to help animals. But most of the impact that we see from the Vegan 2.0 model is from giving, and it's just a case of many more animals able to be affected by the average person in terms of what you can afford to give versus how much time you can spare for the other things. So yeah, I can't overemphasize that enough, the importance of giving to these effective animal charities. And I've spoken to a couple of people on the channel who do this to a very impressive degree. There's an interview with a guy called Felix Werdemann, who is a business consultant in Germany and a maths genius, frankly, and quite a high earner, and chooses to live a fairly simple life and give a big portion of his money to animal charities. He's given over 100,000 euros to animal charities. And I've also got an interview with a guy called Samuel Alvarez on the channel, who is from Peru and is much more financially modest background, and he has come up with all sorts of creative ways that he can bring other people into giving as part of groups, giving charitable donations as gifts to his ex-partner and other people in his life. There are all kinds of creative ways that he's come up with to say, look, I acknowledge that giving to animal charities is extremely important and extremely high value and a great way to be able to help animals, but my own capacity for giving is not as high as someone like Felix Werdemann, for example. So he's come up with all of these kind of creative ways to increase the amount that he can be responsible for directing towards effective animal charities as well. So there's a couple of interviews I'd recommend watching if you're interested in the giving more angle. And because it doesn't require that regular commitment and engagement in the same way that some of these other strategies do, I think it's a good idea to occasionally reconnect with that reality and reflect on that reality and keep a track of how much that you've given and how many animals you're likely to have helped by that. We have Vegan 2.0 app at vegan2.org, where you can sign up and track your various actions for helping animals. I'll put this link in the chat. And here you can record your different charitable donations. You can put in your different monthly donations that you give, right? And as well as your one-off donations. We have a leaderboard over there. So there's charitable donations, people that you've encouraged to go vegan or to change their diet, right? You can put them in there as well. Media that you've shared, or like social media campaigns that you've done. I think here I'm putting 8 a month. That's probably a little bit optimistic, honestly. Campaigns, so this is things like Fast Action Network, pro bono work, which is another form of giving. And then we've got the leaderboard. I'm second on here to the GOAT, Felix Werdemann. He's really helping a ton of animals with his work. Very impressive stuff. So that's the Vegan 2.0 app at vegan2.org. Find the link for that in the chat. And this is a good, hopefully motivational tool to keep people engaged and like have a good view on what you've achieved for animals. My estimated animals saved 153,000. Felix, 387,000. I think getting to 1 million in a lifetime would be a good goal for a lot of people. That's kind of my goal. I actually hope to find ways of exceeding that, really. And of course, there's other stuff that is not really accounted for in this model, but yeah, this is my estimate of my animals saved at the moment, and you can make your own at vegan2.org. So that's a cool thing also.
I think if we really want to put a big dent into some of these big industries and these big problem areas, we need a total budget of at least a few $100 million annually. And further, if we want to grow to that size, I think there's various options that we should be pursuing to a greater extent. So one thing is I think we need to maintain a strong spot within the EA movements, given...
I wonder if he's going to say start a 5-viewer YouTube channel. Fingers crossed.
Portfolio. I think we need to remain excited by good efforts targeted at existing and new high net worths. There's probably other fundraising efforts that we could probably promote to a greater degree. And I think we really ought to look to have new and talented and experienced fundraisers join our movement. And I'll speak a bit more on that general point about talent in need number 5. But prior to that, I just want to note, with all this increased funding, we should do need number 4, and that is more work in low and middle income countries. So right now, we have a strong focus.
I get the sense there's a set of slides that we're not seeing here, but that's okay. I think we can follow what he's saying. Yeah, okay, cool. So he's talking about a current budget for effective animal advocacy in the ballpark of tens of millions, and saying we need to get that up to a few $100 million. So we've got the whole animal... Hey, this is a great point about the importance of giving to effective charities, right? He's talking about effective animal charities, effective animal advocacy charities only. Now, the whole animal movement budget, farmed animal movement budget, is about $300 million. If all of that was going to the most effective organizations, the most effective interventions, then we'd be closing in on his target budget, hey. So that's worth keeping in mind. That's a good framing for the importance of focusing on effectiveness in our giving. If all of the current giving was going to the effective organizations, we'd already be closing in on Kieran's target here for the EAA movement. But yeah, more broadly than that, if all of the vegans in the UK were to give £15 a month, we'd more than double the total farmed animal movement's budget. I can't get that out of my head, because for most people, being vegan, at least at the start, going vegan, is quite high effort and quite high commitment. And we would be doing way more for animals if we could get that same number of people to, instead of doing the high effort, high commitment, or as well as, to give a very modest amount, really, to effective animal charities. How about getting dog and cat shelter money redirected, vastly large donor pool, and say rescue sanctuary? Yeah, that's a good point, Indef. Someone asked about sanctuaries earlier in the chat, and I said it's not something that I considered to be effective or kind of count as part of Vegan 2.0, because it's, you know, relatively a lot of resources for relatively a few animals saved, or a few animals helped. But yeah, dog and cat shelters, that's where the lion's share of money to animal charities is going. And by the way, most of them are like super overfunded. A lot of that is from wills. Like if people die and they don't have family to leave their money to, they leave it to the cats, right? And leave it to a cat shelter or something like that. Some of these charities have got more money than they know what to do with. And then meanwhile, here in the farmed animal movement, we're like scrapping for an extra 15 quid a month a lot of times. Yeah, I've wondered about that before. Like in terms of marketing materials of charities, there could clearly be some charities which have some stuff that they do for dogs and cats and sort of forefront that in their marketing, and also some stuff that they do for farmed animals and allocate resources proportionally to the number of animals in each of these scenarios, right? That's a little bit, you know, some people might think that's a little bit misleading, but getting money in with the dogs and cats on the flyers, and then helping the animals that need help the most, being farmed animals, is seems like it could be a pretty tractable thing to do. Hey Jake, how you doing? Thanks for joining, dude. Good to see you. Little Sunshine. Chris, don't disparage your small viewership. All it might take is reaching influence the right few viewers. You might be speaking to one of them today. Yeah, very true, Little Sunshine. Very true. And you know, so you know, I'm hoping that the channel grows, but I really enjoy doing the streaming, especially. And so, as long as there are a few people here, I'll keep it going. I've even streamed to an empty room before, where I'm just farming clips that I can clip up later. But yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It's presumably, you know, all else being equal, the more people that I'm reaching, the more animals we're able to help. But I do appreciate that the people, especially the people who watch the live streams, like you say, it's like the right people, right? People who are very much on board with this way of thinking about things and effectiveness as a priority, right? So, yeah, that's a good point, Little Sunshine. I appreciate that. Finally, it's occurred to me that my life might be more valuable to the animals once I pass. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, legacy giving, they call it, don't they? For donations in wills. And that tends to be some of the most, well, like the highest value gifts, I guess, right? Because people will pass away, and maybe even if they're like, leave 10% to given charities, that's gonna be thousands and thousands of pounds in most people's case, or in many cases. Whereas, yeah, regular monthly donations, when you're still alive and you don't know how much of that money you're going to need for your own purposes, you're probably going to give a bit more modestly. But yeah, legacy gifts, that's actually a good campaign that we could do. Most people don't have a will. I don't have a will, actually, I must admit. Now, of course, nobody thinks they're going to die, drop dead at 33, right? But you never know. You get hit by a bus tomorrow. So that's actually a good shout. Making wills for donations to effective animal charities. It's one of those things that a lot of people will avoid thinking about as well, right? You don't want to think about your own mortality too much, and so a lot of people don't put that much thought into their will. But yeah, I should definitely do that personally. It's also something a lot of people mistakenly assume that you need to have a lawyer to make a will. But you don't. If you just have a document that you've written yourself and signed, I guess, so that it can be kind of verified that it's real, that will be respected after you pass, for the most part. Having cats instead of human children probably makes people much wealthier. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Children do be resource intensive. So I'm told. Depends how much you spoil your cats, I guess. The government wants you not to have a will? Ah, yeah, that's an interesting... I mean, what happens if you don't have a will? Presumably, you're taxed, whatever you're taxed, and then a lot of money goes to... I would assume, like, by default, it goes to your spouse or your children. There's got to be, like, a default next in line. Until you go from 1 cat to 4 dogs, yeah. Gotta be careful with that one, Jake. Yeah, I have a dog, and he doesn't cost me a ton of money, but he does demand a lot of time and attention. That is, whenever I'm interacting with my dog, I'm like, this is a pretty ineffective way to help animals right here. Well, I'm focusing my limited time and attention on this one little dog. I could be streaming right now. I could be streaming to 6 people.
On so right now we have a strong focus on North America and Europe, and I can see some reasons in favor of this. So there are arguably some of the places where it's most tractable or it's influential to other areas. But I don't really think those reasons are enough to justify the amount of the portfolio that currently goes to those regions.
Half a dozen of the right people there, as Sunshine said.
And in contrast, there are large parts of the globe where right now there's just very limited activities. For instance, most of the people and farmed animals are in Asia. There's still a whole lot of countries within Asia where there might not even be one group, or groups might have recently launched, but they're still very young. They only have a few staff. Their budget is less than $100,000 per year. And the other thing I'll say about a lot of countries within Asia is they're just quite large fish farming nations. So if we do kind of want fish to be a priority area within the farmed animal welfare scene, I think we do have to do more in a lot of those countries. And yeah, I mean, at this point, it's still just like a really limited amount of the overall funding is going to Asia. And another region we should be pretty aware of is Africa. It's projected high population growth, and with higher incomes that may result in increased animal protein consumption there. And, in addition to that, there's still a number of countries in the Middle East where basically nothing happens right now. So in all these different places, I think there's various capacity building activities and seed funding that are worthwhile abroad and that we should act upon. And then following that, it'll be a matter of, forming global alliances, regional alliances, having the national conferences, and really building up the scene there. And yeah, I think as we go about scaling and internationalizing, I think it is worth thinking about need number 5.
Yeah, I'll just say he's talking about more funding for animal organizations in Asia and other, or like low and middle income countries, he said. That is something that I really appreciate on animal charity evaluators. They have a lot of their recommended charities are in like countries that I wouldn't have thought of, basically, right? This one's in Turkey, which is surprisingly high population. I think Turkey's in like I want to say the top 10 in terms of population. Good Food Fund in China, right? So this is, I would not know where to start in terms of giving money to organizations in Asia. But there you go. There's a recommendation from animal charity evaluators. Synekia, this is a lot in Asia and South America, which again, like who knows what I would have, who I would try to give to in Asia otherwise. And then the Brazilian Vegetarian Society, I won't try and say that again, for South America, of course, as well. So I found it to be quite reassuring, or like a signal of good quality advice, that a decent number of these animal welfare charities, or these animal charities through animal charity evaluators, are in countries which kind of make sense, right? You've got your China, Brazil, Latin America through Synergia, and so on. So there's, yeah, I found it to be a reassuring signal that their recommendations are, they know what they're talking about, right? Nice, Jake. I rescued 2 rabbits years ago. Helped me realize I should be vegan. That's sweet. My hometown in California, I enjoy living alongside the deer, wild turkeys and geese passing through. Yeah, that's cool. That's awesome. Wild turkeys, really? I'm not sure if I've heard of that before. Huh, that's really cool.
And that's just more workforce optimization. And again, I know this is kind of like an awkward umbrella term, but I think it encompasses 3 main aspects, and that's attracting, retaining, and diversifying the talent base. I think to attract talent, we really need to have competitive salaries, good benefits packages, good working cultures at organizations, all that sort of stuff. And I think if you're either a funder or you're a decision maker at one of these organizations, I think it's like really worth paying attention to those 2 things. And then,
yeah, that's an interesting point. A lot of animal organizations do have, like, especially charities, right? It's going to be quite modest salaries because, well, it's charity, right? People are doing it for other reasons than the money. People are willing to accept a lower salary to go and work at a charity that they care about. A lot of the effective animal advocacy organizations, including animal charity evaluators, do have decently competitive salaries. I was looking at some job postings from, I think from ACE the other day. They're not bullshit salaries, right? They're like between 60 and 90 grand, I think. Some of them over 100 grand, probably, dollars. It makes sense that you are going to attract and retain a better quality of talent if you have competitive salaries. You got to think about people. I was saying this the other day about Edie Bolds, right? She's probably taken a big pay cut to do the Animal Law Foundation compared to if she was a solicitor in the private sector. And it's very admirable and inspiring that people do choose to do that. But in the long term, I think especially keeping people who maybe start a job at a charity when they're young and they think, well, this is more than I was getting as a student, right? First job out of uni, and you don't necessarily need that much money because you don't have kids and stuff. You know, you can afford and tolerate quite a low income life. But as you advance through your career, if these organizations can't offer you any more than like close to minimum wage, at some point a lot of people are going to say, I can't really afford to do this anymore. And then you'll get people who have years of experience and sometimes very talented people who start out as you know, graduates or young people in the movement from an early stage and decide that they can't afford to do it anymore and have to leave and take all of that talent and experience with them. And, you know, if you're capping salaries at animal organizations at a very low level, well, you're going to have, you know, be kind of capped at relatively young, inexperienced people who are willing to accept those low salaries. So I don't think, and by the way, this is a great, there's another great thing about effective activism, for effective altruism and effective animal advocacy and animal charity evaluators. They don't take into account, or they are not obsessed with overheads, right? This is like a classic non-EA way to evaluate charities. Or they have a lot of overheads. They have high executive salaries in this charity, right? So it must be not effective, or it must be a scam. Like that's not how that works. It could easily be the case that you have well-paid people or high other forms of overheads that are justifiable costs and are helping you to be more effective in the long run. Certainly we want to be in a position where animal organizations can afford decent salaries. And that is not going to be a bad or a shameful thing. A lot of people in our movement have the idea that money is somehow bad, and that if you're earning a lot of money, that's somehow bad, and that, you know, you should be doing this out of the goodness of your heart, and people working at charities shouldn't get paid at all. I've heard people saying, it's like, well, you know, we've all got bills to pay, right? So yeah, I think this is a very enlightened take, and that's something that I've done at Bryant Research. We used to have very modest salaries, whereby people were you know, pay pretty much as little as you're allowed to pay people, right? Because that's my thinking. The more cheaply that we can do this, the better value we can offer to the movement and so on. Now, we don't have outrageous salaries by any means, but I have increased salaries in recognition of the fact that, you know, you need to be able to sustain people from employing them at an early stage. A lot of my team, this is their first job out of university, right? And some of them have been with me for many years now, or a few years. And yeah, life gets expensive, right? People want to have houses one day, right? And be able to afford other things in their life and be able to save to have kids one day and stuff like this. So yeah, I agree with what's being said here about the value of being able to give competitive salaries within charities. And I think, yeah, we need to get past the idea that that's like necessarily a bad thing. True, Jake. Thank you for saying that. Yes, I'll do a bit of shilling. Like the stream. Make sure you subscribe. Turn on the notification bell. I appreciate that, Jake. Thank you for saying that. Nice. Oh, okay. Wild turkey's just chilling on your porch, eh? Precisely what happened to me 29 years ago. Really, Sunshine? Damn, that's interesting. Yeah, I think and I hope that the charitable sector, and in particular the animal charity sector, is getting a little bit more pragmatic on this. Life costs money, right? It just does. And I think when we're giving to these effective animal charities, my assumption is that most of what that money is going on is people's salaries. And I don't think that that's a bad thing, because you need to have professionals and good people and, you know, people who are of the caliber that they could be earning much more in the private sector or earning a lot in the private sector. The more of those people we can attract and retain, the better. So yeah, this point about having decent salaries is really a good one. It's tremendous guilt laid on employees and volunteers to accept small wages and give more, as well as the expectation that employers should volunteer their time after hours. Yeah. I mean, you know, you do. One advantage, I suppose, of having the more modest salaries is that you have more value-aligned people, because then you are selecting for people who are effectively sacrificing some salary to be in the organization. But I think it's a bit of a short-sighted strategy. Like, if you can have animal organizations that are able to offer six-figure salaries to very talented, very experienced people, like there's a reason that companies will give big salaries to people. It ain't because they're feeling generous. It's because they recognize that as an organization, they're going to be able to achieve their objectives more effectively if they invest more in paying people more. They're going to be able to attract and retain higher, more talented staff and more experienced staff, right? So it absolutely makes sense for that. The same logic would apply to charities. If you're able to offer people more money, you'll have more people who can apply, you'll have more choice of people to employ, and you'll be more likely to keep those people in the long term, because yeah, life unfortunately continues to cost money, and I think having decent salaries in the movement is definitely a good thing. So yeah, I agree with this point.
And to retain talent, one thing I want to emphasize is first, if you're working within the sector, please really try and take care of yourself. I think we have a big problem of burnout.
That said, I do pay myself pretty modestly. Maybe I should take a leaf out of my own book, but I'm built different, you know.
Or people becoming dissatisfied there, and there's, you know, a tendency to work really long hours, not take time off, all that sort of stuff. So please take time off, you know, take satisfaction. And
nah, in all seriousness though, I'm a little bit privileged, so I can kind of afford to pay myself pretty modestly.
Enjoyment from other parts of your life. And again, if you're a decision maker at one of the organizations, I think it's just really helpful for retaining talent to set salaries at a good level and also have good benefits. And if your salary is kind of well below the median salary for one of the positions that you're offering, I think it could be worth rethinking that. And then again, in terms of retaining talent, I think a good working culture within the organizations themselves, that can be really important.
Very few PETA employees last more than a few years, in my understanding. Yeah, I can imagine that. What isn't it for PETA? Am I right in thinking they're all in the same town, or they don't have any work from home, and they're all kind of in the same area? so that they are very much folded into the culture of the organization, and there's not really any escaping it, right? And kind of by design, because the idea is that they want this very tight-knit community that is, again, as I was saying earlier, like with stream communities, right? If you get people with similar values in the same spaces and same communities, that can make them more radical, but in a good way, such that they are tending to develop more extreme values in the same direction, right? So if you're working at PETA and you're living in the town where all the PETA people are based and you're hanging out with PETA people after work and so on, it's a way to kind of cultivate that extreme commitment, basically. But yeah, it probably does go hand in hand with a higher level of burnout. I guess it's a bit like a selection mechanism, right? Because some people presumably thrive under those kind of conditions, right? I really want this to be my whole life, and other people, if you don't have that attitude, you kind of select yourself out of it. But again, from the organization's perspective, they might not mind that. But yeah, that's an interesting one. I think that's right? Am I right in thinking all the PETA people are in the same? It's got sort of like a bit of a PETA village where they all live and work. Tell me I'm not making that up.
Lastly, on the diversification of talent fund, as I mentioned previously, I would kind of love for us to have more quality evidence creators. In addition to that, I think there's a whole lot of mid-career professionals we could do with. And that goes from everything from lobbyists to fundraisers, managers, entrepreneurs, locals and priority regions. And I'm not going to list all the varieties of talents that we need, but I think, again, chances are that if you're listening to this talk or if you're here today, I think there could be a spot for you within the movement. And I would really encourage you to consider it. So if you're at this conference, I'll be at the Careers Fair, or I'm happy to chat to anyone about this. Please come talk to me about it. Or email me, and my email is on the final slide. So to summarize, here are the 5 key and general things that I think the movement needs more of. 1, more quality evidence and analysis. 2, more programs to scale. 3, more funding. 4, more work in low and middle income countries. And 5, more workforce optimization. So I'm hoping that's all relatively clear, but given the scope, at the same time, it was probably a lot to process. But yeah, thanks everyone for listening today and for coming to the conference. Please feel more than free to contact me about anything at any time. And if you have a thought from watching or listening and would like to get in touch, go for it. And yeah, that's everything that I have for today. And on that note, I think let's transition to the Q&A.
Nice. I guess we don't have the Q&A in this video. I'm going to steal a cool phrase from Sam Harris. I have reached the limits of a human bladder. So let me stick on a nice little 5-minute video of mine so that I'm not just letting someone else's content play. And I'm going to go to the loo. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Watch this. Weight loss drugs like Ozempic are taking the world by storm. People are going to be eating less meat, and the implications for animals are huge. GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic were originally approved to treat diabetes back in 2017, but in 2021 they were approved for chronic weight management. People taking these drugs consume between 20% and 40% fewer calories, and GLP-1s are already being used by more than 1 million people in the UK, and more than 15 million people in the US. We're about to see a massive reduction in calorie intake occurring in a portion of the population who eats a disproportionately large amount of meat. So, how many animals are GLP-1s going to save? There's a couple of relevant things to estimate here. First, how many people are going to be using GLP-1s, and second, how much will they reduce their meat intake? It's estimated that GLP-1s are currently being used by about 6% of Americans and about 4% of people in the UK, but that number is rising rapidly. GLP-1 use almost doubled in the UK between 2024 and 2025, while use in the US increased over 700% between 2019 and 2023. UBS estimates 30% year-on-year sale growth for GLP-1s, and JP Morgan estimates that by 2030, these drugs will be being used by 9% in the US. Beyond that, a much larger group of people could start using GLP-1s as well. As of 2022, the World Health Organization estimates that worldwide 1 in 8 people are obese, and more than twice that number are overweight. Meanwhile, globally, use of GLP-1s is far less than 1% of the population currently. Now, a lot will depend on how affordable and accessible these drugs get in different parts of the world, but it just happens that over 60% of the world's obese population are in high or upper middle income countries. As a low bar, we can take UBS's estimate of 40 million GLP-1 users worldwide by 2029. As a more speculative and longer term estimate, this might get to 80 million by 2035, which would still only be 10% of the world's obese population. So next, how much meat will they cut back? This study by researchers from Cornell found that households with at least one GLP-1 user reduced their grocery spending by 5% within 6 months. Consumption of some foods fell more than others, with the sharpest declines observed in processed and calorie-dense foods, including a 10% decline in savoury snacks. That sounds like a lot of meat products to me. Bear in mind this is household spending data, so the effect is diluted amongst many household members. Numerator further reports that year-on-year spending for meat specifically declined by between 10 and 20% for GLP-1 users versus non-users. Consumption of dairy decreased by between 5 and 10%, and consumption of fish by between 3 and 5%. Okay, so how many animals is that? Well, Animal Charity Evaluators estimates the average number of animals killed for food per person per year at 105. But this is simply the total number of animals killed for food divided by the total number of people who are not vegan. And therefore, we'd probably want to increase this simple average for the proportion of the population who are obese. Not only are they consuming more calories in general, but consumption of meat specifically has been linked with increased risk of obesity. So let's add 25% here and say 131 animals per year. So we've got some plausible values for each of the key variables here. We're expecting between 40 million and 80 million people to be using GLP-1s within the next decade. Each of those people is probably killing at least 105 animals per year, probably more like 131 animals per year. Each of them is going to consume between 10 and 20% less meat, between 5 and 10% less dairy, and between 3 and 5% less fish. Putting all of this together, we can estimate that GLP-1s are going to save at least 114 million animals per year, and at the high end of the estimate, as many as 479 million animals per year. A large portion of this number is referring to wild-caught fish, so looking at farmed animals only, GLP-1s are going to save between 20 million and 85 million per year. However you look at it, GLP-1s are going to be a huge win for animals, sparing millions of them every year. We think a lot about how to get people to go vegan or to eat less meat, or about the success of alternative proteins. But then along come GLP-1s, a technology that just reduces overall appetite and calories consumed, and saves animals as a result. Most of us can't really affect the development of these technologies, but here's 3 things that you can do for animals right now. Number 1, go and give to farm kind. Number 2, go and take action on the Humane League's Fast Action Network. And number 3, share this video on social media so that more people see pro-animal content. This is Chris Bryant, PhD. Cheers. True. Very based video. Very handsome lad as well. There's a link to that if you do want to share that. And perhaps I'll put a link to my channel as well if you want to share that in general, or check out what else I've got going on there. Didn't like your own video? True. Actually, yeah, true. Let's normalize liking our own shit, hey? Let's consume. You know what? I do like this. That's only normal on Reddit, really, isn't it? I was raging against the vegan subreddit the other day, saying that the stuff that gets upvoted there is normally like pretty not particularly impactful. And we've seen the post Has everyone seen that post from the person claiming to be a meat industry operative, and that they post and vote on a lot of stuff in the vegan subreddit? Like, I think it's kind of infiltrated, honestly. This is the top today. Anyone else find it kind of ridiculous the way it's considered fine to feed kids and animal products, but it's apparently too traumatizing to show how they're actually made? I mean, fair enough. That's a good one. Texas plant-based meat labeling law struck down after court finds. All right, that's a pretty good one as well. I might be actually getting debunked in real time here. Sweden has the best vegan food. All right, that's medium. Starbucks chai latte is not vegan. They told me their latte mix has honey in it. I mean, that seems pretty marginal. I don't know if I'm just salty because sometimes my stuff doesn't do well on here. But some of the voting and some of the comments as well are so counterproductive. Like when I posted in here about the video I made about Ricky Gervais, is Ricky Gervais Vegan 2.0. Look at this, 22 upvotes on how to bring down factory farming. And if I look on this... Alright, fair enough, 86% upvoted. Alright, I'm getting kind of debunked here. I was really salty about this the other day. Oh look, this is a good example. I don't know, what's people's problem with Mr. Beast, by the way? I posted this video, Mr. Beast eats cultivated meat. Someone comments, a vapid person eats a waste of time product. I'm not usually this negative to innovation or mass communication, but I dislike both of these things. We shouldn't give them attention. I said, why do you dislike cultivated meat? It has a good chance of saving billions of animals. I'm not convinced the resources put into cultivated meat would be less intensive, I guess I mean effective here, than if people ate whole plant foods. Yeah, I mean, okay, people are not going to do that though. Someone else has commented, fuck him. Like, cheers, I guess. It's really not conducive to having more people helping our cause if we are, like, just so ungrateful to them. Where's the Ricky Gervais one? Here it is. There's a ton of comments on this. Look at that, 0 upvotes. It's, a lot of people must have downvoted this. This is a post about Ricky Gervais giving millions of pounds to animal charities. Fuck him. That's the same person. That's the same person. Fuck him and fuck Mr. Beast. That is so fucking unhelpful. Gervais is an arse, notably transphobic, etc. Same Ricky Gervais who went on a rant criticising Hannah Ahmad for using her stage to speak out for Palestine against ICE. Like, there's a classic wedge issues, right? This is the kind of thing that you would comment if you were trying to start a fight in an otherwise productive area. He's transphobic, he's not pro-Palestine. These are like the classic wedge issues that can pretty much disrupt any left-leaning cause. I commented, the livestock industries absolutely do not want us to admire or celebrate people giving a lot of money to animal charities. Seeing people downvote this and comment with textbook wedge issues really makes me think about the undercover meat industry operatives known to be in this sub. Which, fair play, this has some upvotes. 80% upvotes. Someone mad that I'm supporting FarmKind here. Had a bit of back and forth with this person the other day. They do seem to be good faith. They have a different approach to me, but yeah, some of this shit's like so counterproductive. I mean, I might do a video about is it intersectionalism that my beef is with here? Or just like purity testing? Like, why would we have this attitude? People coming into the animal movement, trying to help us out, trying to give a load of money to animal causes, make content that gets lots of views and talks positively about cultivated meat. And we're like, fuck you, you don't align with my other opinions. That's so counterproductive, isn't it? True, little sunshine. Thank you, I appreciate that. He hates everyone equally. Yeah, true, Poe. True. Mr. Beast also does stuff like giving thousands of turkeys on Thanksgiving. Okay, I don't love that. I mean, I've seen a lot of people commenting on the Mr. Beast. A lot of people seem to have beef with him for doing the get locked in a room challenges kind of thing. Which I think people are kind of missing the point there, right? Like, he's not actually locking anyone in a room against their will. It's get locked in a room, and if you can stay for a week, you win $1 million or whatever he does. People doing that voluntarily, but you know, it's not that it's not kidnapping people. You could make the same criticism of like any employer. So, all right, maybe I'll revise my my disdain for the vegan subreddit. There's a few things that got upvoted here. Okay, Starbucks match should not be. This is the top voted thing in the last week. I don't hate this. This is kind of fine, and I guess this is relevant for vegans to know about. But it's the purity focused, right? Which I guess is what Vegan 1.0 is about, really. Avoiding all animal products to the extent practical and possible. I just wish, as I said the other day, I just wish I could inject Vegan 2.0 into everybody's brains here. 1,700 people caring about this marginal honey and Starbucks matcha. Again, like, fair enough, right? This is the vegan subreddit. It is, at the end of the day, about being pure with respect to not consuming any animal products whatsoever. Well, this is a good one. Oreo maker ends animal experiments. Amsterdam to be 60% plant-based by 2030. Where's that coming from? We knew about the meat advertising ban. Wonder where they're getting that 60%. Now it aims for 60% plant-based protein by 2030. Okay. So it's a target, not a projection. Novak Djokovic is a vegan, fair enough. Vegan diet in infancy does not impair growth, fair enough. UK government bans people for processed animal testing. Alright, fair enough. A lot of these are fine. When I looked at this the other day, I did top today, top this week, and top this month. And I really got the sense that all of the upvoted stuff was kind of like, I don't want to say bullshit, but marginal, like relatively inconsequential, not high impact vegan 2.0 content. But maybe that's just, maybe that's just what it is, right? So, but some of this stuff seems fine. Maybe I'll take off the conspiracy hat. I don't know. I mean, again, it's one of those things that makes sense that there would be infiltration, right? If you are, we know that there's that big digital command center, as they call it, in Colorado for the beef industry, and we know that some of that entails posting on social media, and we've seen that post from that AMA from the person claiming to have worked for that organization. So yeah, I was with my conspiracy hat on saying, hey, look, they're only going to allow stuff to get upvoted that's very inconsequential. I'm just salty that they don't upvote more vegan 2.0 stuff, let's be real. Thank you, Natalie Based, I appreciate that. Yeah, I hate my employer though. Fair enough, Pay. Yeah, I guess that some people would say that, but yeah, fair enough. That was actually a terrible example. All right, well, I guess Based then. Fuck Mr. Fuck Mr. Peace, I guess. No, I'm kidding. There could be plenty of bots too. Yeah, that's true. Hey, Rebecca, good to see you. Do you think some people just don't think Ace's opinion matters much? I'm sure some people think that. I'd be interested to hear an argument for it. I think it was you, Rebecca, that sent me that blog post that was a critique of Ace that we read on stream. Dead internet theory is no longer a theory. Yeah, kind of true. I mean, there's so much AI slop on social media channels now, isn't there? The irony of this is not lost on me. I asked an AI how I would go about reducing the amount of AI slop on my social media channels the other day. And it did have... there are options on some platforms where you can sort of tick a box that says don't show me AI stuff. And on other platforms, I'm a boomer, I mostly use Facebook. It's a case of you have to basically say, show me less of this kind of content on a few AI things, and eventually it gets the point. But of course, the other thing is you can't even tell these days necessarily. So there's the AI or real or AI subreddit, which is quite amusing as well. But yeah, are you saying it's okay if there's dairy in the match? You're sounding a bit confusing. You said we should inject vegan 2.0. I'm not saying it's okay, but I'm saying it's like relatively inconsequential. Like if you were going to try and infiltrate the vegan subreddit, say you're a meat industry plant, the thing is, from that perspective, you can't be too obvious about it. So you can't just like post on the vegan subreddit and say, actually, the main thing we should care about is farmers' jobs, and therefore, like, we should sack off veganism. Everyone's going to downvote that, right? So what you would want to do is take positions which are feasible and believable that some vegans might think, and indeed some vegans do think. And even I think, right? I don't not think that, but it's more a case of like what gets prioritized and where the attention is directed. Like I said the other day, we're not going to bring down factory farming by ever more perfectly avoiding milk powder and crisps. We're going to be focused on impactful stuff to actually fund effective animal charities, to spread and share content on social media which is pro-animal, invites people into veganism and veganism 2.0, and taking part in organised online activism. I mean, we were reading in that blog the other day, it said, it sounds mean to say, although it's kind of true, purity kind of is the main thing in veganism, right? Is in Vegan 1.0, it is mainly about purity, frankly, right? It's like, can we get, absolutely no animal products? And someone was asking me the other day about the vegan ink in the merch and stuff like this. It's like, we'd help many more animals by focusing on the most impactful ways to reduce animal exploitation rather than the marginal ways that we can avoid animal exploitation. So if you were a meat industry plant in the vegan subreddit, you can't do too obvious just like anti-vegan stuff, but you'd be looking to post and upvote and boost things that are like ranting about vegans a pain in the arse, and like kind of making it seem like, hey, I'm a vegan and I find it really difficult and I'm thinking about, I have health issues or whatever, right? that's the kind of stuff you'd be looking to amplify. And the stuff that you'd be aggressively downvoting and putting, negative comments and stuff like that is anything that looks like Vegan 2.0. If anyone came on there, if you're the meat industry plant, and if anyone came on there and said, hey, we should organise, we should fund effective animal charities, we should take part in organised activism, and we should share pro-animal content with people that we know, that you're going to want to downvote, you're going to want to comment wedge issues, you're going to want to take attention away from that, right? So that's just my thinking. But, having seen some of the stuff on here, is not too bad, I guess. So, maybe that's just me being salty about Vegan 2.0 stuff not getting upvoted. Right, what shall we look at next? We've got a few other things that we can get into. Let's see if Fast Action Network updated at all. We've completed it at the moment. Nothing new on there for now. So we've got the Nick Cooney talk we could get into. This is a bit of a long one. This is 50 minutes. The plant-based news thing about Beyond Meat. This we watched. This we watched. This we did. This we did. Oh yeah, let's read this thing about Texas plant-based meat labeling law struck down after court finds it unconstitutional. Hello, Big Dub. Does veganism 2.0 include supporting animal ag? No. I'm just curious about that. No. I'm not saying that. Like you can just sack off. You can just sack off veganism. I think you should do both. But in terms of the vegan sub, and again, I guess fair play, right? Because this is the sub about vegan 1.0. Well, what we really need is the vegan 2.0 subreddit. That's what we really need. I'm just saying in terms of the vegan subreddit, it's, I don't know. I see the kind of purity-based stuff getting upvoted more than the effective activism stuff. And I understand it as well, right? It's like people's identity and everything else. And that is, at the end of the day, what that subreddit's about. So I can't moan too much. Probably they have, egg recipes in the vegetarian subreddit, I guess. So yeah, I'm just saying it's about, particularly on a subreddit like that, there's a limited, it's competition for space, basically, isn't it? So, yeah, there you go. That's just my thoughts anyway, but kind of got debunked by looking at some of the posts on there that are pretty based and pretty progressive. I'll tell you what, actually, is it me or is there way fewer people than there used to be on the vegan subreddit? This here says 304,000. I'm sure this used to be over 1 million. Am I imagining that? I really remember looking at this when it was 1.6 million. Is this the total number of people in the sub? Some of these others have more. Look, Vegan Recipes, 607,000 members. Vegan Food Porn, 392,000 members. It's possible that there's been a big cull of bots or fake accounts, maybe. I'm right? There used to be way more people in the vegan subreddit. It's not even the biggest vegan subreddit now. I think most people are probably more deontological than utilitarian. Yeah, most vegans seem to be, I guess. Or, yeah, I guess so. Certainly the vegans that I've spoken to tend to be. But yeah, am I cooked? Is the vegan subreddit much fewer people than it used to be? 304,000, and not even the biggest vegan subreddit. Not by a long way. So I don't know what's happening there. But anyway, let's read this. We've got some good news from Texas. Oh, I actually have a relevant LinkedIn post to share on this as well. Yeah, it's this one. Okay. Let's look at this first, I guess. All right. A federal district judge has ruled that Texas's law requiring plant-based meat companies to use terms like meatless violates the First Amendment and cannot be enforced. In a major win for the plant-based food industry, a federal court has struck down a Texas law that imposed labeling restrictions on meat alternatives. The law was first introduced in 2023 and stated that plant-based meat products must carry disclaimers that they don't contain meat in order to prevent misleading consumers. In a ruling in late January, a judge in the District Court for the Western District of Texas said the restriction was unconstitutional and violated the rights of plant-based manufacturers to make accurate statements to consumers under the First Amendment. Even in situations not apparent in the record, where a plant-based food product label misleads consumers, existing law would prohibit those labels except in possibly a small minority of circumstances not made apparent to the court, explained Judge Robert Pittman. Madeline Cohen, Associate Director of Regulatory Affairs at the Good Food Institute, said this ruling is a win not only for plant-based food producers but for Texas consumers, who are more than capable of making their own choices at the grocery store without the need for protectionist regulations. True. So this is framed a little differently from what I was expecting. Oh, I guess it's similar. I would have thought it's a restriction on using terms like burgers and sausages. That's how it's framed in the EU. But this says requiring to use terms like meatless. I mean, I think it's reasonable for products to, be clear what they are, and that's what they're saying here. Even in situations not apparent in the record where a plant-based food product label misleads consumers. So, there are no such cases recorded. Of course, right? It's not... the point of these products is not to trick people who think they're buying meat and now they're actually buying a plant-based product. Like, obviously, you're not allowed to do that, right? Obviously. People have soy allergies. You're not allowed to say that it's pork if it's not, right? But often these laws are trying to restrict Impossible Sausage, for example, from using the term sausage because they claim that this is misleading, which, well, that's where you're getting into bullshit territory for me. Why the court ruled against Texas plant-based meat labeling law. SB 664 was introduced by Senator Charles Perry and signed into law by Texas Governor Greg Abbott 3 years ago, requiring vegan food producers to use clarifying terms like analog, meatless, plant-based, and made from plants, among others. Okay, so requiring them to use clarifying terms. That does seem like it's going to be a tougher standard. The law sought to address what is described as an issue of unclear labeling of meat-free products similar to animal proteins. Under the rules, these descriptors must be used immediately before or after the name of the product, in close proximity to the name and within the same phrase or sentence containing the name. To comply with the law, producers of meat alternatives would have to redesign each label to conform to what advocates argue is a vague standard for any product that could reach Texas consumers. This would have prevented them from communicating their nature and contents of their products in a way that complies with federal law and impacted their ability to sell them on a nationwide basis. Yeah, this is an interesting one. So obviously part of this, from the meat industry's perspective, they're trying to get plant-based products stuck with less appealing labels, basically, right? And it doesn't seem to be how it's framed here, but in the European version of this debate, it goes a little bit further and says you're not allowed to use terms like sausage, for example, because that means meat and it's not meat, and therefore right? It's misleading. So they're not quite saying that here, but they are still trying to stick plant-based manufacturers with some sort of less appealing, less intuitive labeling that's going to hurt their impact to sell long term. So that's part of it. But then there's also this part about they would have to remake all the labeling, right? And they'd have to redesign the labeling, and presumably in some cases take products off shelves and recall products that are no longer compliant with the new law at great expense to the plant-based manufacturers. So it's a very cynical play by the meat industry lobbyists. But in this case, it's been struck down. So this is a bit of good news. It's why the Animal Legal Defense Fund and GFI filed a lawsuit against Texas on behalf of vegan food producer Tofurky and the Plant-Based Foods Association shortly before the law came into effect. The plaintiffs allege that the law violated the Dormant Commerce Clause, the Due Process Clause, the Supremacy Clause, and the First Amendment of the Constitution. They further argue that it imposes additional burdensome, impractical, and unclear disclosure requirements on companies that go beyond federal law. Pittman ruled in their favour on 3 separate grounds. The first was that the packaging wasn't misleading to consumers. Very true. Statements that are only potentially misleading, by contrast, are safeguarded by the First Amendment. Plaintiffs had demonstrated that Tofurky's label clearly indicate that its products are meat substitutes that are plant-based and vegan and thus are not misleading, the judgment reads. I'm very glad that something like this is on the record, because this misleading argument is used in all versions of this plant-based labels debate. It's claimed that consumers are not going to be able to tell the difference if you call it a burger. It's going to be misleading. There is no evidence of this. There's actually even a study that found consumers are more confused when you restrict the use of terms like sausages and burgers, because you end up calling things plant-based discs and plant-based tubes, right? Which obviously is more confusing. People think, oh, I don't know what that's meant to be. Whereas if it's called a plant-based burger or plant-based sausage, it's clear what it is an analog for, right? So this is, an interesting precedent now that's been set, at least in America. The products also did not fail the Central Hudson test, a reference to a Supreme Court ruling regarding commercial speech in the First Amendment. Finally, the judge said SB 665 isn't facially enjoined since it goes against First Amendment rights. What on earth is that? Facially enjoined refers to a legal scenario where a court issues an order, an injunction prohibiting the enforcement of a law, statute, or policy based on a facial challenge. This means that courts have found that the law is unconstitutional and invalid in its entirety on its face. Okay. Rather than just in a specific narrow circumstance. That was a risky thing to Google on stream, wasn't it? Even in situations not apparent on the record, where a plant-based meat product can mislead consumers, existing law would prohibit those labels except in possibly a small... Yeah, we read this already. Law is invalid in a substantial majority of all applications and is appropriately enjoined facially. Texas case echoes similar lawsuits across the US. Nice. Instead of making it easier for shoppers to purchase the food items they want, Texas attempted to manipulate the market in favor of animal products by applying a different set of rules for plant-based meat options, making it more challenging and costly for these to reach consumers in the state, said Michael Swistara, staff attorney at ALDF. The court's ruling rightfully levels the playing field and follows the trend of similar laws being struck down or read to be unenforceable against plant-based producers. It's not only a win for plant-based producers, but also consumers who are seeking foods that meet their personal needs and preferences and align with their values, he added. Labelling has long been a thorny issue for plant-based alternatives globally, with advocates of such restrictions suggesting that these products can mislead and confuse consumers. But study after study has proven that this is far from the case. In the US, research revealed that 75 to 88% of people are clear that plant-based meats don't contain animal protein. Yeah, the other 12% are lying, by the way. Right, this is just like you've picked up some MAGA people in your survey sample and they're just going to give the answer that they know is going to be the party line, right? Federal courts have recognized that the likelihood of consumers being confused is highly improbable and stretches the bounds of credulity. Texas isn't the first state to have imposed such restrictions or have them struck down by a court. Arkansas, Louisiana, Missouri, and Oklahoma, all red states notably, have all introduced similar rules and faced legal challenges by Tofurky and ALDF. In 2019, a court halted Arkansas's enforcement and called it unconstitutional restriction. Similarly, judges in Missouri and Oklahoma cases ruled the laws failed to apply to plant-based producers. Well, that's kind of based. I'm not sure if I knew about this, actually. So there's precedent of other conservative states having attempted a similar thing and having those thrown out. That's worth knowing. And an appeals court ruled that Louisiana's law could only be applied when a company is attempting to intentionally trick consumers into thinking their products had come from animals, a far-fetched scenario that rendered the law irrelevant. Yeah, that's exactly what I said, right? This is the point of plant-based meats is not that we're going, hey, this is actually plant-based, but we're going to try and trick people to buying it while thinking it's meat. That's not what these products are for. So, yeah, this has been recognised unanimously by all the courts who have heard cases on it. States shouldn't be picking winners and losers in the marketplace, and this law did exactly that by restricting truthful, non-misleading commercial speech, said GFI's Cohen. As the court recognised, consumers have never been confused by plant-based meat labels, and this patronising law was an attempt to solve a problem that didn't exist, at the expense of consumer choice, free speech, and the free market. Texas is already facing a similar lawsuit over its ban on cultivated meat. Last month, a judge denied the state's motion to dismiss the case, allowing it to move forward to the discovery stage. Across the Atlantic, plant-based meat labelling has become a hot topic in the European Union once again, but the bloc was unable to reach consensus on a ban on the use of meat-related terms, so the jury is still out. Yeah, we were reading a little bit the other day about this lawsuit over Texas's ban on cultivated meat. And I saw this post on LinkedIn, which I think they seem to be a few months off the pace here, because this is posted 5 days ago, and the person said, Texas just became the 7th state to ban lab-grown meat. This is already being challenged in court. I think this happened months ago. So I don't know why this was posted 5 days ago. It just became. Italy and Hungary have fully banned it. This shouldn't be controversial. This is going to be a good bit of rage bait for us. This isn't about being anti-technology. It's about being pro-farmer and pro-real food. Any AI posters in chat? Anyone recognizing a bit of AI hallmarks here? It isn't X, it's Y. Somebody said in my Discord the other day. I think some of this might be AI posting. That's okay, but alright, let's see. A few things worth saying out loud. You don't innovate food by replacing farmers with venture capital. Texas Senate Bill Texas Senate Bill 261 puts a 2-year halt on this experiment. It recognizes the cowboy logic beats lab-designed protein every time. What? That seems very AI output. Cowboy logic? What is that a reference to? I like that it's explicitly protectionist as well, right? It's not saying here, hey, there's some sort of scientific reason that we should be concerned about cultivated meat for public health. It does say that a bit later, like third point, oh, by the way, there might be health problems for this. No evidence of that, by the way. But they're giving the game away anyway. In the first two, they're just talking about protecting ranchers, right? Which is, of course, what this kind of law is really about. And again, these people are not going to be talking about factory farms as the main cause of fewer farming jobs. Right? We were looking at these graphs yesterday for meat production going up and up and up, and the number of agricultural jobs going down and down and down. So, all right, this is a good distraction for factory farm companies, I guess, right? Hey, it's about lab-grown meat. Any of that on the market yet? No, but, you know, we're going to ban it. Centralization concentrates power, not nutrition. That's kind of what would it mean to concentrate nutrition? I don't know. This is a weird AI-esque framing again. The picture is, I don't know actually. I was going to say the picture's pretty AI, but that's probably just like a photoshopped Bezos on meat and eggs. When food comes from a bioreactor owned by a few patented conglomerates, okay, that's also not how that works. The food system becomes more fragile, not more resilient. Real food is decentralized in our pastures and local markets. Okay, so is this person opposed to factory farms, I wonder? The precautionary. Oh, look at that! We got the two types of quote marks again. We got the two different. Look at this, slightly slanty quote marks and then dead straight quote marks. So this is a mix of AI copy paste and typed output. I'm going to say on that basis. This is the same thing we had from Matt Achtung the other day, with whom we're lining up the debate. Okay, the precautionary approach is going. AI loves to overuse quote marks like this. I've been these quote marks really been grinding my gears lately. It seems like a good AI hallmark. And they love putting around it. They could have just said the precautionary approach. Right, there's really no need for the quotes here. The precautionary approach is going global. It's not just Texas. Italy and Hungary have moved to block artificial meat, again with quote marks, to protect their culinary heritage and public health. So this is the first mention we get of public health. Again, no evidence that there would be public health concerns coming from cultivated meat. And in fact, of course, it's going to be able to reduce a lot of public health issues coming from zoonotic diseases in intensive animal farming facilities, right? First mention of public health is the third bullet point, and it's kind of an afterthought even then. Perhaps this is somebody who knows that there's no evidence for public health concerns for cultivated meat, and so they're kind of just sticking it in like as an afterthought here. But mainly to protect their culinary heritage, right? So again, it's about protectionism. It's about making an unlevel playing field so that we protect farmers and ranchers and so on, right? It's not public health policy. Real food comes from soil, animals, and stewardship. It doesn't come from immortalized cell lines, again with the quote marks. Again with it, it's not X, it's Y. Synthetic growth mediums and marketing decks. All right, well, this is, yeah, all the hallmarks of a moron, frankly. If a product requires heavy industrial processing, complex bioreactors, ongoing legal battles to bypass state sovereignty, so he seems to know about the legal battle, and massive consumer re-education campaigns, maybe the issue isn't the marketing, maybe it's the product. Protect farmers, protect real ingredients, keep actual food on shelves. So I'm not sure who this person is, but clearly this is like an anti-cultivated meat protectionist post here. And I was pleased for the opportunity to LARP as a bit of a freedom-loving Texan in the comments here. I think I have the top voted comment. Oh, second to Doug Eatwell. But a well-upvoted comment here. The people of Texas should be free to decide what they want to eat. It's shocking that anyone there would be in favor of big government telling... I should have put quote marks there. I should have put capital B, capital G, quote marks. Then they would have taken this more seriously. Telling people what they can and can't eat. This is exactly the kind of protectionism that freedom-loving Texans should oppose. True and based. And then I also commented, ban the internet to protect libraries. Which, anyone know where that's from? Anyone recognize that analogy? Doug Eatwell pips me on 30 likes. The argument is misleading. Between 98 and 99% of meat, chicken, and eggs consumed in the US comes from factory farms. These are large corporations looking to exclude competition, not small independent farmers who need protection. Very true and based comment. It's not about replacing farmers, it's about replacing animals as a mean of production. Also true. So, there you go. That's some of the wacky stuff going on in Texas. They've just had the one law about plant-based meat labeling struck down because it's unconstitutional, and they're going to be embroiled in another legal fight about restrictions on cultivated meat. Very cool if that can go somewhere. Let's see, how are we doing, guys? How are we doing? Yeah, true, Rebecca. I think Bill Gates is a goat, honestly. He has arguably done more good in the world than anyone else. He's funded a lot of global poverty reduction stuff. Well, this is really in human terms, right? But he's funded a lot of the global poverty reduction stuff. He also was one of the early funders of cultivated meat, I believe. Deontology is largely about bias in favour of those privileged by the status quo as the trolley problem. Yeah, I think that's true, Indef. I think that's kind of true. I mean, the trolley, like not pulling the lever on the trolley problem, as far as I'm concerned, that's just wrong. It's yeah, it's a lack of consideration given to the 5 people on the other track, isn't it? And I think, you know, I've heard people say, not to name any names, that you know, that no, you shouldn't pull the lever in the trolley problem because it's very important to not be personally responsible for killing the one person, even if you can save 5 people. To me, that seems very me. Like, the victims don't care who it is that's responsible, right? There's going to be 5 times as many victims in the case where you don't pull the lever. So yeah, pull the lever. Doesn't actually matter if you're the one who's technically responsible for the one death. Yeah, I agree. Little Sunshine, I like you being hard on vegan 1.0s. Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, you know, they're doing their best, aren't they? We can't all be ascended. Seeing the ways I failed animals by wasting time for so many years. I mean, yeah, look, don't be hard on yourself about it. I really do think this is why I framed it as vegan 2.0 rather than like the farm kind framing where it's do this instead of veganism, because here you've got a coherent community and group of people who care a lot about animals and are willing to make substantial changes to help animals. And I just think that giving to effective charities and doing the Fast Action Network and sharing stuff on social media is way easier, frankly, than being vegan, certainly for most people. Yeah, I mean, you know, don't be too hard on yourself, but think about the opportunities that you can do going forward now that you're woke on vegan 2.0. There's so many animals that we can help using these very simple and easy methods. It's a big opportunity. I appreciate that, Natalie. I'm completely new to activism awareness and the different mindsets in the community. Discussion is helpful. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, I think, look, the difference between a meat eater and a vegan is tiny compared to the difference between a vegan and a vegan 2.0 in terms of the number of animals helped. It's a huge opportunity to upgrade. Where's my graph on this? Vegan 2.0 sheet. Here it is. Vegan 2.0 graph. These are my estimates for the number of animals not eaten by a vegan compared to an omnivore, right? I reckon it's about 146 animals a year that you're foregoing consuming. And then on the other side, right, you convince one other person to go vegan, you've proactively saved that number of animals compared to if that person's an omnivore. the organized online activism, I've worked this out by assuming that it's equivalent to minimum wage and that you're donating an equivalent amount, right? You're getting over 10 times as many animals saved. And then this is 20 quid a week donated to effective animal charities. It's like, you know, maybe $100 a month. Like 4 times as many again. So yeah, it's a huge opportunity doing the vegan 2.0 stuff. And again, if we could get all of the people who are currently vegans and putting in all the effort that's required for that to become vegan 2.0s, this is going to change the game for animals. We're in the early stages, guys. You are the, you know, 5 people in chat right now. It's the very early stages of upgrading the vegan movement. And you know, like when I spoke to Has Vegan about this, he kind of says, he didn't say as mean as this, but like, you know, bro thinks he's invented activism, basically, right? Which, fair enough. I'm not the first person to advocate for doing these things. I think the vegan 2.0 branding is very good, frankly. And I think branding counts for a lot because it just positions it in a way that vegans think this is a natural evolution of the kind of stuff that I care about anyway. If you say do activism, what does that make you think of? It makes you think of the street activists that you see on YouTube. It makes you think that you've got to go out and wear the cow horns like the militant vegan does and go and talk to people on the street and give up your Saturday and go and stand in the cold and all the rest. Like, I've never done that. Frankly, I can't be asked to do that. I have a lot of respect for the people who do it, but it's probably not the best use of their time for the most part. I think it's good that some people are doing that, don't get me wrong, but activism sounds like you're being asked to do a lot. Most people think of frontline activism. You got to give up your Saturday, go and stand in the cold. You got to argue with people. You've got to know your talking points. You've got to be confrontational. You've got to be socially able, right? It's like, that's a pretty high bar for most people, which, by the way, isn't that what you would want people to think was the only further option if you were trying to protect the meat industry, right? Giving to animal charities is so easy, so low effort. You can just set up your direct debit now and then never think about it again. Fucking hell, they don't want us doing that. I appreciate feedback from you on my new ethics challenge. I start to make daily videos about it. Oh, that's awesome, Jake. I appreciate that. Let's have a look at it. Animaljustice21.org. 21 days of ethical reflection and action for animals. Take one day at a time, reflect honestly, and connect with the community if you want support. Commitment form, daily challenge. Reflection form, signal group. Let's have a look. Okay. The vegan ethics challenge centers on animal justice, not personal optimization. Okay, fair enough. There's a 21-day ethical practice. For the duration of this challenge, we treat animals as sentient individuals, not resources, products, or property. This is not a health, diet, or environmental program. The focus is justice for animals. Complete 1 day per calendar day in order. Read each day slowly and intentionally. Reflect honestly. Perfection is not required, but integrity matters. Participate in the signal group if you wish, but always state which day you're on when posting reflections. Use the reflections prompts as guides. Write your answers privately or in the group if you feel safe sharing. Do not skip ahead. The structure is deliberate. Each day builds on the previous. Nice. Remember, this challenge about aligning your actions with justice for animals. Your attention, reflection, and moral effort are what matter most. That's really cool, Jake. That's really cool. I have to say, actually, with Veganuary 2.0, I don't want to say making up as I go along, but I was kind of making up as I go along. Like, I knew we'd give to the 10 ACE charities. That was 10 days. We did like maybe 7 or 8 days of Fast Action Network in there, and the rest was sharing stuff basically on social media. But a lot of times I would be like, fucking hell, day 17, like what we do, you know what I mean? I gotta come up with something. So it's quite cool that you've made it a structured like progressive course that kind of builds on itself. And the other thing I like about this is this could apply at any time of year, right? Veganuary 2.0 is pretty contemporary and not in a good way. It's not January anymore, so I guess that's done, right? Whereas this is, you could do this anytime, which is good. Nice. Is it a llama? An alpaca? Little animal friend, anyway. They want justice, not preference. Ethical focus. Most people make daily decisions about animals. I'm going to read this slowly and intentionally. Most people make daily decisions about animals as if their preferences matter more than the animals' lives. This is a moral inversion. Convenience, taste, or habit should never outweigh the rights of a sentient being. Justice is not about preference or desire. It's about recognizing and respecting inherent moral value, even when it's inconvenient or uncomfortable. Real-world reflection. Consider the meals, clothing, or products you use daily. Each involves animals in some way, often unseen or abstracted. A chicken is not just dinner. It's a sentient being capable of fear, pain, and social bonds. A cow is not just leather. It's a life with interests and a subjective experience. Prompt. Today, reflect on the following question. In what ways have my preferences been placed above the justice owed to animals, and how does it feel to confront that truth? Write your thoughts privately or in the Signal group, noting that this is day 1. Okay, I see what you're doing here. It's almost like a group meditation, hey? This is very cool, Jake. I appreciate you sharing this. Oh yeah, okay, you got the link in chat already. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that, dude. True, the difference is also quite small compared to the difference between Vegan 2.0 kindergarten teacher and Vegan 2.0 Wall Street trader. I mean, there's no getting around the fact that if you've got a load of money to give, then you can give a load of money and have a load of impact. But I don't know, maybe you're underestimating the long-term impacts of the kindergarten teacher as well. Like you say, you've got all of these malleable minds with a long runway of life and career ahead of them. Maybe you're going to inspire future Wall Street Vegan 2.0s. You know? Honestly, I think teacher is almost certainly like underrated in terms of potential impact, especially at that young age, right? You can really have a formative impact on how people think about these kind of things going forward. Yeah, trying to influence wealthy people is definitely a good strategy. That was part of what Kieran said there, hey. And somebody in my Discord said that's what they'll expect FarmKind to focus on next, which I think is probably a good shout from their perspective, right? Because it's going to be high expected value to be trying to get donations from a lot of people with a lot to give. Yeah, that campaign ended up raising 5 figures, which is certainly less than they were hoping for, and less than you might get out of a very wealthy person, like in one fell swoop, right? Out of a Ricky Gervais or someone like that. So yeah, influencing wealthy people. But I mean, look, we're not the first people to have had that idea, right? I'm sure that if you're known to have a lot of money, you're inundated with requests for it, I guess. But yeah, there's certainly something to be said about, like with the ASAP organization, I think it makes sense for them to do activism on campuses. You know, there's higher expected value for doing activism in Harvard and Stanford than there is in, I don't want to throw any universities under the bus, but you see where I'm going, right? Like some places are more likely to produce the Wall Street traders than others. So yeah. Hey, Race Lever, nice to see you. True, Vegan 3.0 is rising. I like Jake's idea alongside how-based guided behavioural change like veganuary. As I said earlier, habit change precedes the value change for most people most of the time. Yeah. If you're rich and want to learn about investing, send me a message. I've been trading for over a decade. Ah, is that so, Jake? Hell yeah, good for you, dude. Put it all in crypto, right? That's the that's the play, right? No, this is not financial advice. But yeah, hit up Jake Lagatare. Am I saying your name right, Jake? Almost certainly not. I guess I'll stick to calling you Jake. Alright, let's take a look at this Nick Cooney talk. Oh, actually, let's do this first. There's another LinkedIn post. I'm just proud of my sassy comment on here, the goal of upvote, so, you know, humour me for a moment and then we'll watch Nick Cooney. Better now than a few months ago. Oh, nice, Jake, nice. If you're poor and want to stay broke, send me a message with all money you can go for. True, Race Lever. I appreciate you offering the service. Here we go. I don't know who this person is, but they're posting like the same old bollocks. Plant-based burgers are often worse than the cow. You buy the fake meat to save your heart. You think it's a vegetable. Who thinks it's a vegetable? Biologically, it is ultra-processed sludge. This is the next level up from ultra-processed food. If you work on ultra-processed food, you go eat ultra-processed sludge. Next. The ingredients. Natural beef burgers has 1 ingredient, beef. A fake burger has 18 plus ingredients. Oh. Again, number of ingredients. Like, why would we think that that's a proxy for healthiness in any way? If anything, nutritionists are going to agree that you want to have a varied diet. All else being equal, the more ingredients, the more robust your diet is going to be, as Freddie Leroy said in that Ty Beale interview. 1 ingredient, beef. I mean, fucking... there's another post like this. I commented... someone commented a picture of a cow and said 1 ingredient. And I commented back a picture of a poisonous mushroom and said 1 ingredient. And the person replied to my comment and said, yeah, well, I eat both. I said I wouldn't recommend it. Included methyl cellulose glue, that's a good scary ingredient, titanium dioxide, whitener, and expeller pressed canola oil, brackets inflammatory. A study, this is a great bit, okay? See whose bullshit detectors are going off for this. A study in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition found that ultra-processed food, brackets, like synthetic meat, are linked to a 26 higher risk of all-cause mortality. Any bullshit detectors in chat? If this person had a study that said synthetic meat is linked to a higher rate of mortality, they would have said that, right? If they found any way to say synthetic meat increases your chance of death, they would have said that. The fact that they have to appeal to a wider category, like synthetic meat, ultra-processed foods like synthetic meat, is a pretty good demonstration they don't have any evidence that synthetic meat is linked to a higher risk of all-cause mortality. This is such a cheap trick. why don't we put synthetic meat in the same category as sweets and candy and fizzy drinks and a load of food which is obviously unhealthy, and call that category ultra-processed, and then say, hey, this category called ultra-processed food, which includes synthetic meat, is associated with a higher risk of mortality. It's so transparent. Little glasses emoji and everything. This person thought this was clever. So, if it was made in a lab, leave it in the lab. If you don't eat meat, eat lentils, beans, or tempeh. Eat plants that look like plants. Don't trade saturated fat for industrial lubricant. Reshare if this hit home. This is depressing because this gets a lot of shares and likes and everything. 88 likes, 88 reacts. Oh, actually, there's a good number of laugh reacts on here. How many laugh? Oh, only 3. So, this is the guy I'm debating, Matt Acton. So depressing number of good interactions here. I've commented on this one. No! You're only supposed to imply that plant-based meat is unhealthy, not actually say it. Once you actually say it, people can point out that a systematic review of randomized control trials found that plant-based meat was consistently associated with better markers of heart health versus meat. Stick to saying ultra-processed and other vibes-based assessments. That's the playbook. I'm afraid the science is very clear that plant-based meat is healthier than meat. And again, I posted this graphic, which we're looking at the other day, right? We've got the weakest forms of evidence, ultra-processing, bioavailability, mechanistic speculation, right? Ways in which this might be the case. But then if you look at epidemiological evidence, you have vegans having better health outcomes than meat eaters when observed in large cohorts over time. And if you look at experimental evidence, people randomly assigned to eat plant-based meat instead of meat have lower cholesterol, lower body weight, and no difference in muscle growth. So stick to the vibes. Don't try and make any actual claims about the healthiness of these products, right? Because you're going to be cooked, I'm afraid. This is just so obviously dumb. Does anyone think this is compelling? Well, apparently some people do. Anyway. Beet juice extract is one of the ingredients highlighted as scary. Apple extract. What's wrong with these people? Anyway. Yeah, tempeh looks like plants, by the way. True. Investing in lever coin? Yeah, true. True, Rose. Yeah, I'll resist getting drawn too much into that now. Let's watch Nick Cooney, shall we? This is from 2013 International Animal Rights Conference. How to be efficient in animal rights, the science of animal advocacy. I wonder how much of this is still true today or along the same lines as the thinking today. This is a bit of a longer one, 50 minutes, so we'll see how we go. I'll aim to finish this all. Let's get into it, eh?
Our next speaker is Nick Cooney. He is the founder and director of the Humane League, an animal advocacy organization based in Philadelphia that focuses on farm animal protection issues.
Oh, he's actually the founder of the Humane League. Okay, that's cool. That is no wonder I knew he's a BNOC. Can I get the quality any higher on this? Okay, I guess a bit grainy quality, but we can live with it.
In his presentation, Nick will elaborate on what techniques are the most successful in persuading people to move toward vegan eating. Welcome, Nick.
Right, good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming out to this talk. I have a quick question. Does anyone here know how many vegans it takes to change a light bulb? 2, 1 to change the light bulb and 1 to check for animal ingredients. Ooh, tough crowd over here in Europe. Okay, so...
All right, I didn't say jokes were a strong point. All right, it's a good advocate. Let's stick with it.
So, I'm going to talk today about the science of animal advocacy. So, what exactly does that mean? Well, to start, I want to go back in time over 2,000 years to around the year 300 BC. It was around that time that the practice that we now know as alchemy first got its start. If we think of alchemy today, we probably picture strange old men trying to turn lead into gold.
True, Indef. Is it vegan to say crickets?
And indeed, that was one of the goals of the alchemists. And we can look back today and we can think that what they did was pretty foolish. But in their time, alchemists were taken very seriously. There were schools you could go to learn alchemy. There were government-sanctioned alchemists in a number of countries here in Europe. There were textbooks on it. And alchemy was around for about over 2,000 years. It was around until the 1700s and 1800s. And it was at that time that alchemy basically disappeared, and it was replaced by chemistry. You may have noticed the names have a little something in common. And whereas alchemy was basically a 200-year exercise in futility, 2,000 years that accomplished basically nothing, chemistry, in the few hundred years it's been around, has achieved things that are very helpful for extending and improving human life. For example, if you enjoy having access to life-saving medicine, if you enjoy wasting time on your smartphone, if you enjoy having fresh, clean drinking water coming out of your faucet every morning, and if you enjoy getting to ride around in the car with your friends, you can thank chemistry, at least in part, for all of these things. Now, what is the difference between chemistry and alchemy? Why did one succeed where the other was...
Base lever, that's good, that's a better one. How many carnets does it take to change a light bulb? None, they prefer to stay in the dark. Very true, very true.
Such a massive failure. And most importantly of all, why am I standing up here at an animal rights conference talking about chemistry and alchemy? So the difference between the two, between chemistry and alchemy, is a very simple one, but it's also a very fundamental and important one. And it's a difference that probably all of us learned back in grade school. And that difference is the scientific method. So chemists did use the scientific method. Alchemists.
The found feather. Sorry, I'm really interrupting this talk. We're getting distracted by chat. The found feather is something that Has asked me about, and I was like, this is exactly the kind of thing that I don't give a shit about. The found feather thing is, yeah, I mean, that is really... We could talk about that till the end of time, or we could try and end factory farming, do you know what I mean? That's exactly the kind of thing I don't care about at all.
Did not. Now, for those of us who haven't been in grade school for a while, the scientific method is basically all about testing. So if you want to assert that something is true, you better be able to do the testing to show that it is, in fact, true. And if we look up the definition of the word science in Wikipedia, we see that testing is really what science is all about. So if you look up science in Wikipedia, the first sentence will tell you that science builds and organizes knowledge in the form of testable explanations and predictions. So it is the scientific method, it is testing, that helped chemistry advance step by step out of the murky depths of alchemy. And it is testing which allows any scientific endeavor to advance to greater understanding and greater effectiveness. Now, this is something that's probably pretty easy for us to understand when it comes to the hard sciences, things like chemistry and biology and math, but testing and research and data are being used by all sorts of disciplines in our society. For example, in the United States, where I come from, last year, President Obama was reelected. It was a very tough reelection because the US economy...
Man, those were the days, eh? Remember Obama? Oh, those were the days.
The economy was the worst it had been in maybe 70, 80 years. There's, of course, a lot of racism in the United States working against him. And so why is it that he won? Well, certainly there are a number of reasons. But one reason that prominent US newspapers like the New York Times and the Los Angeles Times reported on in the weeks following the election, one of the secrets to his victory was his use of research and testing and data. He hired a team of 50 data analysts whose job it was to analyze, to try to figure out who the undecided voters were in the US, and what messages and what approaches would be most likely to get them to vote for Obama. And again, papers like the New York Times, the LA Times, credited that use of data and research and testing with his victory in the presidential election. In the world of business, research and testing is used all the time as well, to answer questions like who to advertise to, what sort of advertising to use, what products to sell, what features to have, things of that nature. Companies spend literally tens of billions of dollars every year on market research because they know that that research, that testing is what's going to help them succeed as a business. Now, some of these same principles are starting to be used in the nonprofit world as well. To give just one example of that, one very important human health issue right now is the fight against malaria, a disease that still kills millions of people every year. But different anti-malaria organizations took different approaches. For example, when it came to these mosquito nets that help prevent the spread of malaria by keeping mosquitoes away while you sleep, some anti-malaria organizations were giving the nets away for free. Some were charging a very small price under the idea that if somebody paid for it, even if it was 60 cents, that they were now invested in it and they would be more likely to use the nets, and therefore that would help prevent the spread of malaria more effectively. But which approach was more effective? Which approach would save more human lives? Well, some researchers decided, you know what, rather than guessing or making assumptions or working off of philosophies, let's just put it to the test and find out. And so they did that, and they found that, lo and behold, the free nets worked better, saved more lives than charging a small price. And so now, through the simple use of testing, of the scientific method, these organizations are able to save many more human lives. Now, we, of course, are here not to talk about saving human lives, really, but to talk about saving animal lives, preventing animal suffering, and so forth. Can these same tools, can the same approach that's used in the hard sciences, in politics, in business, elsewhere in the nonprofit world, can the same approach, can the use of research and data and testing, can it also be used to help the plight of farm animals and to help us bring the world closer to what we all would like to see? That is basically what I'm going to talk about today. If we think about the plight of farm animals, and if we think about the work that all of us in here and all of our groups are working on, pretty much everything we are striving to achieve for farm animals, we're striving to achieve through one single means, and that is through changing human behavior. So whether it's getting members of the public to go vegan, whether it's getting politicians to vote a certain way, whether it's getting companies to change their policies and getting CEOs to institute new policies, all of these require changing human behavior. Now, when it comes to succeeding at changing human behavior, there's some things that we as a movement sometimes tell ourselves that feel good, that sound good, but that aren't exactly true. For example, sometimes we tell ourselves that we'll succeed as an animal rights movement, we'll succeed because we're on the side of compassion. We tell ourselves that we will succeed because we really, really care about animals. Or we might tell ourselves that our movement will succeed if we just work really hard day in and day out. Now, every one of these things, being on the side of compassion and justice, caring about the cause, working hard, every one of these things will make us more likely to succeed. But they alone will not guarantee success. If we look around the world, and if we look back through history, we can see, unfortunately, that time and time again, those who are on the side of justice, on the side of compassion, did not win. Those things are important, they're helpful, but they're not sufficient for us to win and bring about the world that we want to see for animals. We will succeed at changing behavior and saving animals if we learn what really motivates people to change their beliefs, to change their ethics, and most importantly, to change their behaviors. And so psychology research is really a roadmap of how to change behavior. And just as we wouldn't get into our car and drive to Luxembourg without first getting the directions on how to get from our home to here, or at least plugging in the GPS and putting in where we're going, it would also be naive of us to think that any one of us automatically knows how to inspire members of the public to start caring about animals and to move towards being vegan. We as a movement, we really have two choices. So just as the alchemists believed that they could turn lead into gold, even though there was no testing, there was no data to show that that was true, we can continue to assume that our assumptions, about what's going to work to change behavior and bring about the world we want to see, we can just continue to assume that our assumptions are correct. Or, like the chemists, we can insert the scientific method, we can insert research and testing into the great work we are already doing to become even more effective, spare even more animals, and bring us more quickly to that world that we want to see. One of the
this is resonating so much. I mean, this is quite old, right? But I feel like in many ways I'm sort of standing on the shoulders of giants in the sense of Nick Kuhn talking about this stuff in 2013. I came across effective altruism in 2015 and did my PhD research on the psychology of cultivated meats from 2016. And founded Bryant Research, which does exactly this kind of research in 2020. And throughout that time, I have many times cited Nick Cooney and his work. He's written a couple of books along these lines, and he is, the author of many of the first early studies, which are like experiments on which kind of message is going to be better for people to go, getting people to go vegan and stuff like that. So, yeah, really a trailblazer. I think. I don't think this was really much of a thing before this kind of time when Nick Cooney started talking about it.
The importance, one of the reasons that testing and research and looking to the research is so important is that our assumptions about what motivates people to change are often incorrect. So let me give you one example about this. I'm going to be citing a number of studies today. Some of them are not from the field of animal advocacy specifically, but the results are all very applicable to the work that we do. So in this particular study, environmental researchers wanted to see how they could get homeowners to reduce the amount of energy they were using in their homes. So they created 4 different brochures that spoke about reasons to conserve energy. The first booklet spoke about the environmental reasons to conserve. The second spoke about the financial savings. The third spoke about the benefits to the community. And the fourth simply said that most people in that town were already conserving energy. So researchers went around to homes in this one town, and they put just one leaflet under each door. They then worked with the local utility company to monitor the actual energy usage in these homes over the next 3 months. And of all 4 of these, there was only one booklet that inspired people to use less energy.
Any guesses? Any guesses? We got the environmental impact focus, the money-saving focus. Most other people are doing it focus. There's a 4th one. I can't remember what he said the 3rd one is. I think I know. I'm not going to guess because I think I know. Well, I guess I will guess. Otherwise, I'll just say I was right. I think it's the last one.
So I want to take a little poll here. Who thinks it was the first one, the one with the environmental message, that was most effective? Who would say the second one, the one about saving money? All right, about half. Who would say the third one, the one about benefits to the community? And who would say the 4th one, the one that said other people are doing it? Or about the other half? Well, it turned out that of all 4 of these booklets, the one that worked was indeed the 4th one. In fact, it was only the booklet that said other people were conserving energy that reduced home energy usage at all. Now, if I was running an environmental organization in this town, I would automatically assume that, of course, I'm an environmentalist, therefore I should use the environmental message, and that's going to work best. Or maybe...
Yeah, this is the social norms, dynamic social norms. Or I guess this is static social norms. Most other people are doing this. And then you have dynamic social norms, like more people are going towards doing this. And this is why the other people are going vegan message is a good one to have, right? And when there was a lot of headlines about that, 5 or 6 years ago, that is quite compelling. People read that and it actually makes them more likely to do the same. And now when you have all of the reverse headlines, veganism's dying, fewer people are vegan now, right? That has the opposite effect. It's dynamic social norms in the other direction. I think it's been exaggerated to a large extent. We read the BBC article earlier about the veganuary hype is not what it was, but there's a lot more people who are vegan already. So, but it's in the interests of the animal industries and the anti-vegan actors in the world to push the idea that, oh, a lot of people are sacking off veganism now, because actually saying it kind of does manifest it in this case, because people are influenced to think this is the direction people are going, and therefore that's what people are more likely to actually do.
Maybe I were to try to appeal to people's self-interest and talk about the financial savings. The point is that our assumptions about what motivates people to change their behaviors and their attitudes and their beliefs are often incorrect. Our assumptions are often incorrect. So rather than rely on philosophy or assumptions or guesses, when it comes to saving the lives of animals, when it comes to sparing their suffering, when it comes to bringing about that world and that mindset we want to see in the world, rather than rely on those other things, we need to just look to what works. We need to look to the research on what works, the science on what works. Right? Now, thankfully for us, there are literally thousands and thousands and thousands of peer-reviewed studies that show what does work and what doesn't work for inspiring people to change their attitudes and ethics and to change their behaviors. Now, perhaps for some of you, the idea of sitting down and reading through thousands of academic studies sounds like a fun time, right? But I imagine for most of us, that idea is a little bit scary. But no need to worry. I tried to do a lot of this reading for us and compile it into 2 books. The first one came out a couple years ago. It's called Change of Heart, what psychology can teach us about spreading social change. And that looks at the literature in general, and in general, what works for changing attitudes and behaviors. I'll also have a new book that just came out, an ebook, and the print book will be out in a few months, called Veganomics, which looks at all the research specific to vegetarians and vegans, why people change, why they don't, so on and so forth. So what I'm going to be talking about for the rest of my time today is I'm going to be highlighting what I think are some of the most important points from that research, some of the points that will make all of us most effective at promoting vegan eating. And my talk's going to be specific to vegan eating and promoting veganism, but the research and the tools are applicable really to any type of animal advocacy work. All right, so to get started, the first section is going to be about persuading others. As we talked about earlier, if we want to achieve change for animals, it pretty much is going to come down to inspiring people to change the behavior, to change their attitudes, but again, most importantly, change the behavior. So what tools can we use to be more effective at inspiring people to move towards vegan eating? So the first point, use of stories versus the use of statistics. If we are talking to a friend, a family member, a member of the public about vegan eating and the plight of farm animals, there's 3 different approaches we could take. We could tell a story about an individual animal. We could talk about how big the problem is and how many animals are suffering, or we could do both. But which one of these is going to be most effective at inspiring people to care about animals and change their diet? Right? Well, some researchers wanted to put this type of question to the test. Now, they were not animal rights activists, so the issue they looked at was another very serious issue, and that is starvation in Africa. So they created 3 fundraising letters. The first one spoke about how big...
We know about this with the single identifiable victim effect, right? Spoilers, but yeah, the individual story is going to be more impactful than talking about the larger numbers at play. That seems to be a quirk of human psychology, right? It's a bug, not a feature. And I low-key think that is what's going on in a lot of the deontologists interacting with the trolley problem. The one person is more easily imaginable and relatable, I guess, than the 5 people. But 5 is still more than 1. But yeah, as a matter of communication, it's going to be more persuasive to talk about the suffering of a particular animal than to talk about the large numbers of animals. And in fact, talking about the large numbers of animals might even be counterproductive, because it makes people feel that their own contribution is very minor and it's a drop in the bucket, and that they can't reasonably interact with a problem so massive, right? So yeah.
Big the problem was. So it gave stats on the number of tens of millions of people facing starvation in Africa each year. The second letter didn't have any of that. It only had...
And with, sorry to interject here, the last, the other thing about stories versus statistics, right? That's why the meat industry uses the stories, the mechanistic speculation, right? It's ultra processing, it's nutrient density, it's bioavailability. For the average person, that's more persuasive than talking about the systematic review of randomized controlled trials, and actually we have an effect size, and actually the statistics suggest that the plant-based meat is healthier. So, you know, from a persuasion, human psychology point of view, from a science point of view, that is the correct route, right? This is higher order evidence. You're talking about a story here. We're talking about actual evidence. This outweighs that. But from a communication point of view, maybe we do need a better way of presenting that. Just saying something like eating death causes death or something like this, right? Like that's, for the average person, obviously that's not a scientific approach, right? But for the average person, maybe that's more compelling than talking about systematic reviews.
Had the story of one young African girl and what life was like for her as a child facing starvation. And the third letter had both. It had the statistics about how many people were suffering and how big the problem was, but it also had that story of the young girl and what life was like for her. So they sent out these letters, donations came back, and at the end of the day, which of these would you guess was most effective at getting people to care, getting people to donate, and therefore saving lives from starvation? Who would say the first one, the one that had the stats? Who would say the second one, the one that had the story? Who would say the third one, the one that had both? Again, we have about a split here between number 2 and number 3. And so it turned out that the most effective letter was the second one. In fact, the letter that had only the story generated about twice as much in donations, in other words, went twice as far to saving human lives as either of the other 2 letters. And the letter that had both the story and the stats did only slightly better than the letter that had the statistics only. Stories are very powerful. They're emotionally powerful. They inspire us to behavior change, to attitude change as well. One other example of this from the research, there was a university researcher in the United States who he was a professor, and he had all of his students design and give a talk about a subject of their own choice. After the talk was over, he polled the students in the class to see what they remembered from one another's presentations. And what he found is that of the facts, of the statistics that had been presented that day, only 5% were remembered by the rest of the class just a half hour later. But of the stories that had been given that day, a full 60% were remembered by the rest of the class. So stories, not only do they have emotional weight, but they are sticky. We remember them, they influence us, they get us to care, they get us to act. So what this means for us as animal advocates and as advocates of vegan eating is that we need to use stories more often. So rather than talk about the fact that there are tens of billions of animals killed for food and hundreds of millions of male chicks ground up alive by the egg industry, we need to focus on individual stories. We need to tell the story of an individual animal and what life is like for him or her on a day-to-day basis on one of these factory farms. The more we use these stories, the more effective we'll be at getting people to care and getting them to change their diet and therefore save animals. Next, what I want to talk about is foot in the door. And probably many of you can guess what that is all about, but I'm going to give one example from the research that's going to make clear right away what foot in the door is all about. So there were some researchers in California in the US who went around to homes in a particular neighborhood, knocked on doors, and they brought with them these kind of ugly yard signs that said, "Drive safely." Now, because the yard signs were pretty ugly, when they asked homeowners if they would put up these yard signs out in their front yard, only about 17% of homeowners agreed to and did put out the yard signs. So, kind of a failure. Researchers then went to other homes in the same neighborhood, but this time they left the yard signs at home. They knocked on doors, but this time they had little window stickers, 3-inch or maybe 5 centimeter by 5 centimeter or so window stickers that also said, "Please drive safely." Knocked on doors, said, "Hey, we're promoting safe driving. We wondered if you would put up these stickers." And this time, because it was such an easy thing to do, to put that sticker up in your window, virtually everyone agreed to and did put up the stickers. 3 weeks later, researchers went back to the same homes that got the stickers. But this time, they brought with them those ugly yard signs. Knocked on doors, said, hey, it's me again. Thanks so much for putting up those stickers. And now I wondered if you would put this yard sign out in your front yard. And this time, not 17%, but almost 70% agreed to and did put the yard signs out in the front yards.
Okay, this is inside. This is a little bit of the moral consistency effect that we were speculating about the FarmKind campaign. Obviously, FarmKind's framing is offsetting, right? Give to the animal charities instead of going vegan. And a lot of people are concerned that, you know, people who care about animals to some extent, maybe they would have gone vegan, but now they think they can offset, so they're going to just do that and not go vegan. But thinking about it in this frame, there's a reasonable chance then that actually if you get people doing the easier thing first, doing the donations, you've got a foot in the door, and subsequently they're actually going to be more likely to go vegan. That's something we were speculating a lot in the whole FarmKind debacle, and yeah, here's some framing that might suggest that yes, people will, you know, you get a foot in the door, and that's important.
So the bottom line is this: even though the main goal of researchers was to get the yard signs out in the front yard, they were much more effective at doing so by first making a similar but smaller request that people were likely to say yes to, and then later going back and making their second, real, larger request. This is what foot in the door is all about. And there have been literally over 1,000 studies documenting the power of foot in the door. Just two other ones really quickly. Another study found that asking people to sign a petition supporting the building of a recreation center for the physically handicapped, later the next week donated twice as much money to build that center as people who were never asked to sign the petition. Similarly, people who were asked to wear a pin promoting the Canadian Cancer Society, the next week when they were asked to donate, again donated about twice as much money as people who were never even asked to wear the pin. So again, there's been literally over 1,000 studies documenting the power of this. And the reason that researchers think foot in the door works so well is because it influences our sense of self-identity. So once I put on that pin, once I put up that window sticker, once I sign that petition, I now am starting to see myself as a sort of person who cares about promoting safe driving or any of these other things. And therefore, when someone comes back and encourages me to do something else, something larger, because I already feel like, yeah, I'm the sort of person who cares about promoting safe driving, so sure, I'll put up that yard sign. That is why foot in the door research is so powerful. So what does this mean for us as animal advocates and as advocates of veganism specifically? Well, one concern that some in the movement have is that there's a concern with programs like Meatless Mondays, or even encouraging people to cut back on meat, or even encouraging people to go vegetarian. And the concern is an understandable one. The concern is that, you know, of course we want a vegan world, and we want everyone to be vegan. And so if we encourage people to do anything less than that, whether it's meatless on Monday, go vegetarian, yes, they may do that thing. They may go meatless on Monday. They may go vegetarian. But then they'll become complacent. They'll stop there, and they won't ultimately go on to adopt the beliefs and the behaviors we want them to have, which is, of course, the animal rights mentality and a vegan lifestyle. Well, thankfully, what foot in the door research shows us is that we don't have to have that concern. Fortunately, we don't have to have that concern. People who make a small change become more likely to make a larger change down the line. And there's other studies in the US and Europe as well that have shown this as well. People who have reduced their meat consumption, people who have gone vegetarian in surveys have shown that they are much more interested than the general public to go vegan and more likely to end up going vegan down the line.
Yeah, there's the VOMAD survey shows only about half of vegans were vegan overnight, as they say. And the other half went vegetarian first or were reduced vegetarian first and so on. Frankly, I thought half was kind of high. I would have thought that most would have been some shade of vegetarian beforehand. But yeah, incrementalism, as I often say, is all we have.
And that kind of brings us to my next point, which is the best request. What is the best request that we can make of our audience to get them to change the behavior as much as possible and thereby do as much good possible for the world. You know, we all want the most we can get out of life, right? We want to have the most fun, we want to have the most success, and we want the world to change as much as possible in a direction that helps animals, that saves lives, that reduces suffering, and so forth. Well, some researchers wanted to see, you know, scientifically, again, how can a speaker get the most from his or her audience? So for example, you know, if I used to do a lot of humane education, where I would go to high schools and talk about factory farming and vegan eating and so forth. Now, as a speaker, going into kind of a general high school class, what request should I make of these students? In my ideal world, you know, what I would really like every one of those students to do is go vegan, become a full-time animal rights activist, only eat organic food, not drive a car, not have kids, do probably lots of other things, right? That's ideally what I want every student to do. But if I go in and I tell them exactly what I want and exactly what I think ethically they should do, you know, they'll look at me like I'm insane, and they probably won't do anything at all. On the other hand, maybe I could go in and make a very small request, you know, something really easy for them to do, like, you know, maybe just have, you know, one vegan meal a month, or, you know, something like really basic. Which of these is going to accomplish more good? Is it better to ask for everything we want? Is it better to ask for something very small and easy? Or is it better for us to ask for something in the middle? What is going to create the most behavior change? Let me do one more poll here. Who would say the easy, small request will create the most behavior change? A lot of people. Who would say the medium request will create the most behavior change? And who would say the large request will create the most behavior change? All right, so of course, you know, what's small, medium, and large kind of varies, so, you know, no one's like exactly correct or incorrect here, but what researchers found is this. They found that the most effective request to make of your audience is kind of in that middle range. But basically what it is that we should encourage our audience to make a change that is significant, but that they could probably picture themselves doing it. If it's a really easy thing to do, then sure, people may do it, but it won't accomplish a lot of good. If it's a really big change, too big that most people cannot picture themselves doing it, almost no one is going to make that change. So the sweet spot, you know, the area that's going to create the most change is, again, encouraging people to do something that is significant, but that they can picture themselves doing. So now, what does this mean when it comes to farm animals? If we're promoting vegan eating, what kind of message is going to allow animals, more animals anyway, to sleep soundly at night knowing they're going to be free from exploitation? Well, this is the area where it kind of gets into, at this point anyway, until more research is done, it gets into the area of guesses and assumptions based on that data. But what I assume based on that research and that data, and everything I've seen so far, is that most of the public cannot picture themselves, right now, cannot picture themselves as vegans. Some, especially in some countries, could picture themselves as vegetarians, especially teenagers and college students. And everyone could picture themselves, pretty much everyone, could picture themselves eating less meat. So my guess, based on this research, is that the most effective message, the one that will create the most behavior change and therefore spare the most animals, is a request in the vein of cutting back meat consumption to going vegetarian. For certain audiences, certainly we would encourage them to go vegan, especially for any audiences that are already vegetarian. But I think for the general public, if we think about this research, it's that message in the range of reduction to vegetarianism that not only will create the most behavior change now and spare the most animals now, but if we think back to foot in the door and how that works, it also means we'll create more vegans in the long run as well. Studies in both the US and Europe show not only do the majority of the public think that vegan eating is not something they have any interest in doing and not something they see as positive, but one recent study from this year, in the US at least, found that even the majority of vegetarians think that veganism is too restrictive and is not healthy. Right? So even though this seems odd, and even though it may make us feel uncomfortable inside because we're not expressing exactly what we believe and not expressing exactly what we want, it seems likely from the research that encouraging something less than veganism is what's going to create the most vegans in the long term and what's going to help the most animals in both the short and the long term. One other thing to keep in mind when we're talking about advocating diet change is that when it comes to the different farm animals that are eaten, they suffer in different quantities. So this pie chart is specific to the average American meat consumer, so it may be a bit different for every country that you are from. But at least in the United States, this is how much farm animal suffering is caused by the average American meat eater. It's over 2,000 days of suffering, just horrible, of course. But we can see that the vast majority of the suffering is caused by farm-raised fish and by chickens, either chickens raised for eggs or chickens raised for their meat. And so one thing this means, one thing we can take from this, is that if we're encouraging someone to change their diet and they're not willing to go vegan, they're not willing to go vegetarian, maybe one thing we could encourage them to do to start is just cut out chicken. Because just by doing that, they could prevent almost half of the suffering they are causing. If they cut out chicken and fish, which is something that I think a lot of people would be more open to doing, they could spare over 90% of the suffering and the cruelty and the deaths that they're causing. Obviously, that's not ultimately what we want veganism, but for people not willing to make those larger changes, this might be a good, smaller request to get them moving to start. All right, moving on. Social norms. We all like to think of ourselves as these independent spirits, right? We think of ourselves as these intelligent people who have the decisions we have, who do the behaviors we carry out, and who have the opinions we hold, because we've thought about them and we've decided, this is who I am, this is what I believe, and this is what I'm going to do. But the reality is that all of us, including all of us in this room today, in the end, we're really just very similar to everyone else, right? We're similar to and we're influenced by either the public in general or at least other people in our social and peer group. And one thing this means is that messages about social norms, in other words, messages that say a lot of people are doing this thing, are very powerful at shaping what we believe and what we do, right? We saw that earlier in the study about home energy usage. And there are dozens and dozens of studies showing the exact same thing. Let me give you just one other example from the research. There was a hotel chain that wanted their guests to start reusing bath towels. Now, their main reason for doing this was financial, because if people reused the towels each night instead of turning them in to go through the laundry, it would save money and it would save time. They wouldn't have to do all the wash, they wouldn't have to do all the drying, they wouldn't need to hire more staff to take care of it. So they put out little signs around the hotel, but of course, this would also be good for the environment. So they put out little signs around the hotel that said, to help us protect the environment, we encourage you to please reuse your bath towels. And you know what? The signs worked. Some people started reusing their bath towels. But researchers came in and they thought they could do a little bit of a better job. So they took out the old signs and they put in new ones that said just one sentence, and that was, most guests in this hotel reuse their bath towels. Said nothing about the environment at all. But switching from the environmental to the social norms message increased towel reuse by about 25%. And when the signs were made even more specific, so they said most guests in room 309, or whatever room it was, reused their bath towels, towel reuse increased even further. Now, of course, we care about animals. We want to promote an ethic of compassion for animals, equality for animals, and so forth. So of course, when we're promoting vegan eating, we want to talk about the suffering of animals, how it's not right, how we should not support it. But if in addition to that, we also add in a social norms component to our message, we'll be more effective at inspiring people to care and inspire them to change their attitudes and change the behaviors in the way we would like them to change. So for example, talking about celebrities that have gone vegan or vegetarian, talking about the growing number of vegans and vegetarians and meat reducers, talking about the growing availability of vegan food in restaurants and grocery stores. The more we do these things, the more we show that vegan eating is a growing trend, a popular trend, something that lots of people are doing, the more effective we will be at getting other people to do the same themselves and to think that it is a good and ethical thing to do. Next, be like them. One of the consequences of social norms and the fact that we're influenced by other people is this. The research shows that we're much more likely to be influenced and persuaded by someone who is similar to us. So studies have shown...
Yeah, the thing I always think about with this is, anyone's in Community, there's a bit in that TV show where there are people there's a guy whose job it is to sell Hondas, but the method for doing this is like integrating himself into the school and just being a popular person and then talking about how great Honda is. And he gets together with one of the main characters, and she is like a bit contrarian and likes to have unpopular opinions. And she starts slagging off Avatar. And he says, well, of course we love that movie. It's an incredibly popular movie, right? It's like you have to pick your battles with respect to what you're going to be out of the norm on. If you're a vegan and you're trying to get other people to go vegan primarily, you probably don't want to be having the green hair and nose piercings and so on, right? Like ideally you want to kind of seem as much of a normal person in other respects as possible. That's going to make you more relatable, that's going to make you more able to achieve your purpose. So yeah, being like other people, being like the people that you're trying to persuade is very good advice.
Shown that when we are similar to our audience in terms of things like age and gender and the way we dress, in our political beliefs, in our social beliefs, even in our body language and our manner of speaking. The more similar we are to our audience in any of these areas, the more likely they will be to listen to us, to be persuaded by us, and to make the changes we would like them to make. So what does that mean for us as animal advocates? Well, I think that one thing that it means is that if we want to be as effective as possible, we need to some extent be able to adapt ourselves to our audience. So if we are doing vegan outreach at a punk concert, we probably want to look one way. And if we're doing vegan advocacy or any other work for animals at a conference of conservative politicians, we probably want to dress and act a different way if we want to be as effective as possible. One goal we should have of every conversation and every interaction we have with the public is that when they walk away thinking, you know what, that person is just like me, but they don't eat animals, but they are against fur, or whatever the issue is. The more we get people walking away thinking that, the more likely they will be to adopt the ethics, the attitudes, and most importantly, the behavior that we would like them to hold. By the way, when it comes to targeting different audiences, one other question we should ask ourselves is what audiences are most likely to go vegan or go vegetarian? Some groups are much more likely to make these changes, and so the more we focus our efforts on them, the more likely we will be to change our attitudes, change the behaviors, and spare animals. And so the research shows that women and young people are most likely to move in this direction. So the more we focus our efforts on them, the more effective we'll be, the more animals we will spare.
If it's all possible, be a young person and ideally a woman.
Lastly, showing people how. You know, because we care about animals, we spend so much time talking about why people should go vegan. We spend not nearly as much time telling people how to make the change. We forget that things that are easy to us, because we've done them so many times, are not so easy to people who have never done them before. But it's really important to show people how to make this change. In fact, one large meta-analysis, an analysis of hundreds of studies, found that the most important thing that persuaded people, that got people to make a change, was not whether they wanted to change or thought it was a good thing, but it was when they felt they knew how to make the change. So we need to show people how. We need to show people how to find delicious vegan food. We need to explain to people that vegan eating or vegetarian eating is healthy and how to be healthy, where to get protein from, and so forth. We need to show people, address convenience issues, show people where to buy this food, how to prepare it, and so forth. And also social issues, how to find vegan food when they're out with family and friends. This is important not just for persuading people to move towards being vegan, but also for keeping people staying vegan or staying vegetarian. Because the unfortunate reality right now is for every 4 people who go vegetarian, 3 of them will eventually go back to eating meat. The more we address these how issues, the more time we spend pulling down these barriers, the more effective we'll be at not only creating new vegans and vegetarians, but keeping people in those diets. Last, I only have about 4 minutes left, but I want to finish by talking about our own psychology and how our own attitudes and behaviors can either help or hurt our efforts at helping animals. It can sometimes be difficult to face ourselves and to face our actual motivations for doing the work that we do. Certainly all of us care about animals, and we're here this weekend because we want to help animals. But we probably have some of these more personal motivations as well. Now, these are all, they're a natural, healthy part of being a human being, but we have to realize that sometimes these personal motivations can conflict with a desire to do what works, to do what is most effective. For example, take a look at these 2 guys, right? The one on the left is me, by the way, if you were not sure. That was me 10 years ago, obviously me today. It would be great if we lived in a society where people did not judge one another based on appearance. But we know from our own experience, and the research makes perfectly clear, that unfortunately the world we live in, people judge one another very much by appearance. And so study after study after study have shown that the more similar we are to our audience, the more effective we'll be at persuading them to change their behavior and therefore save animals. And for me, it took me a couple years to realize that, my desire to help animals is more important than expressing my individual identity, than taking a stand against looksism and all these things, as negative as it is. I thought about the idea, if my mom was gonna be killed, she's gonna have her throat slit, and I knew I had a little bit of chance of saving her. And I knew that by just changing the way I dressed or cut my hair, I would be 20, 30, 40% more likely to save her life. Of course, I would do it. So if I would do that for one person, then of course I should do that to be able to save hundreds, thousands of additional animals. Second, in our interactions with other people, when we're having a conversation with the public about these issues.
Very true. This is why I've decided to be extremely good looking. And I think if possible, I recommend doing the same. No, but in all seriousness, I'm very normal looking dude, right? I'm not very average, normal, relatable looking person, partly by design. Yeah, I think this is good advice.
What is going on in the back of our mind?
Any looks maxing vegan 2.0s? Any beautiful people in chat?
We think if someone stops to talk to us about factory farming and vegan eating, are we thinking, I need to tell this person that they should go veganism and that speciesism is terrible and that going vegan will extend their life by 5 years and the moral thing to do is help animals and millions of baby chicks are ground up alive by the egg industry and animals are confined in these cages so small they can't turn around and the best thing you can do to prevent global warming and help the environment is go vegan and on and on and on? Or, in the back of my mind, am I thinking, who is this person in front of me and what can I say that's going to be most likely to get them to make the changes in their attitudes and, importantly, in their behaviors that is going to save the lives of animals? Those are two different approaches. One is focused on expressing what we believe, what we know, and what we want. That's all coming from us. And the other is focused on it starts from the end goal and starts with the end goal in mind and works back from there. The goal is saving the most animals, doing the most good, and then everything works back from there. Lastly, in our choice of activity, how do we spend our time, money, and energy? Do we work on the campaigns that are fun to us, that we feel most accurately embody our values? Do we work on the campaigns that are in the media right now, or they're popular? Or, do we kind of take a step back and think, what can I do? What campaign, what issue, what approach is actually going to save the most lives and do the most good? We all start with that motivation of wanting to do good for animals. We need to move from there, not just to doing good, but doing the most good. Companies like Coca-Cola and Adidas have a bottom line. Their bottom line is making money. And so every decision they make is made with an eye towards the bottom line. We, as animal advocates, as animal rights advocates, we have a bottom line as well. I would submit to you that our bottom line is two things. It's saving the lives and sparing the suffering of as many animals as possible, numerically as many animals as possible. And so if we truly believe that animals are individuals whose pain matters, whose pleasure matters, whose life matters, whose lives should be treated as equal to ours. If we truly believe they matter, these individuals matter, then we should do the work that's going to save the greatest number of individuals, that's going to spare the greatest number of individuals from a lifetime of suffering. I can't speak to other countries, but in the United States, in the past 6 years, movements against vivisection for, help companion animals, for wild animals, against animals in entertainment. If you add up all the good done by all of those movements in the US and all the money spent on those, the number of animals they're sparing per year is under 1 million over the past 6-7 years. If you look at diet change advocacy in the United States, the number of animals spared per year by those efforts in the last 6 or 7 years, 500 million. 500 million, even though far, far, far less is spent on diet change advocacy compared to all those other issues combined. And it's not because people advocating diet change are smarter, more hardworking, anything like that. It's simply because that is an issue where, as was noted in one of the questions yesterday, that is the issue where each one of us as individuals and as organizations have the ability to, again, spare the greatest number of animals, reduce the greatest amount of animal suffering. So we need to keep all of these issues in mind if we truly care about animals, and we truly want to help them. You know, we all have incredible power. Every one of us in this room, in the course of our lives, we can spare the misery of tens of thousands of animals. We have incredible, incredible power. Our goal as animal advocates, and the ethical imperative we have, and the ethical standard we should hold ourselves to, is using research, using data, using logic, and being focused on the results, using all those things to, again, spare the greatest number of animals, reduce the greatest amount of suffering. That's it for me, aside from questions. For anyone that's interested in these things, interested in learning more about psychology and social change, or interested in learning more about all the studies done on vegetarians and things like that, the Change of Heart book is for sale at the bite back table in the stall area out there. And that Veganomics book is available online. It's not out in print yet, but you can buy it online. There's these little cards about it up here if you want it, and also on the animal quality table. There's a bunch of chapters for free on the website, so if you want to check it out, feel free. So thank you very much. It's been great speaking to you, and thank you for all of the work you're doing. It's an honor to be here and an inspiration to hear about everything you're doing. So thank you. Thank you, and thank you for...
Okay, so we do have about 5 minutes for question. Does anyone have a question? Oh, over here.
Hi.
Yo, something went wrong with my chat at some point. I stopped getting the YouTube chat coming through, so sorry if I've been ignoring you guys. Okay, well, hey Oppenheimer, good to see you. Hey Bretta, nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I guess I haven't seen chat for a little while here, so sorry about that. But, yeah, I have to get that fixed. Thought you guys were being quiet.
First of all, I want to start with a joke. How many carnes does it take to change a light bulb?
I don't know.
Oh, it doesn't matter. They just like to stay in the dark.
All right, who called that one? Red Sliver. Nice. Yeah, you got it. Is this you back in 2013, Reese?
Anyway, Kim Stallwood, yesterday in the early noon, presented a theory that the best change, the biggest good we can do is political involvement, changing legislature and laws and going into politics, going into social change from within the system. Now, first, what is your opinion on that? Because you presented mostly the most effective way to do like interpersonal changes and not global political changes. So what do you think on that? And if you agree to that method, what would you think would be the most effective way? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. I do agree with that. I agree that that is extremely important. Hopefully the point I was trying to make was that focusing on farm animals is the area where we can do the most good. And clearly in terms of diet change, we have the ability to spare huge numbers of animals. I mean, the fact that in the US there's 500 million fewer animals being raised and killed on farms each year is probably, is more good than probably any other change that's been made, even though there have been a lot of important legislative...
No, obviously I'm already looks-maxing race. Obviously. Right, I hit myself in the face with a hammer like that kid. Obviously, can't you tell?
Advancements for farm animals in the US. So I think that diet change is one area where we can do a ton of good, especially us as individuals. But I absolutely agree that being politically involved, being politically active, and working to enshrine our values on a political level, and working to achieve whatever protections we can for farm animals and reduce as much suffering as we can on a political level. Not only does that,
in all seriousness, I think that does work to some extent. I'm pretty sure there's a study where more attractive people can get more donations when they're doing like knocking on doors for donations to charities. So there is something to be said for that. There is some evidence that you're going to be more compelling the better looking you are. Again, it's not we don't wish it that way, but yeah, there you go.
Not only do I think that does a lot of good on an immediate level, but I think it also gives us much more fertile ground to be promoting veganism. Because if we think about some of this research, and I didn't cover all of it.
Appreciate you, Indef. Thanks for being here. I'm actually going to close up after this video, and so yeah, I appreciate you.
From the book today, but it became very clear to me in researching the book that, again, the more that we as a society embrace a certain value, the more willing we are to continue to embrace it. So the more society protects farm animals, the more willing the public will be not only to continue protecting them, but to be open to the idea of going vegan, because the idea of caring about farm animals is now an accepted idea. And then for the second part of the question, what is the most effective way to do that? So I focus almost exclusively on farm animal issues, so I don't have an informed opinion when it comes to the best legislative advances in terms of vivisection, fur, and other things. So unfortunately, I can't answer on those things. When it comes to farm animals, clearly we're not at and nowhere near a situation where, say, meat could be banned or anything like that. So I think that for the time being, getting policy changes that reduce meat consumption and getting reforms that reduce the suffering of farm animals, again, I think they not only do good in the short term, but they create a world where it's easier to promote veganism and this attitude of animal rights and animal ethics.
So there's one more question. She was a little faster.
Thanks. Hi, Nick. Thanks for your talk. Just a quick question. What's your opinion on humane meat promotion? Like it has been done by quite a few of US organizations like Farm Sanctuary or Mercy for Animals and others, and I think there was an open letter out signed by Peter Singer to Whole Foods Company. So what's your opinion on that?
Sure, yeah, thanks for the question. And I work for Farm Sanctuary, by the way, just as a FYI. So I think it's a common misperception that these groups are promoting that. There are groups in the US that promote quote-unquote happy meat. The Animal Welfare Institute would be one. There's a few others that do as well. But those groups you mentioned, and most of the others that get criticized for it, don't do it. So pretty much every criticism in that regard revolves around a letter co-signed 8 years ago to Whole Foods saying basically, thank you for not buying from the worst of the worst farms. But if you look to the websites, if you look to the materials, the videos, the leaflets, everything distributed by these organizations, none of it is pro-happy meat. In fact, it's all, to the extent it even touches on that, it's opposed to that. So if you pick up Mercy for Animals' vegetarian starter kit, if you pick up Farm Sanctuary literature, all of it specifically addresses that free-range, humane, organic are still cruel, should not be eaten. So that is a common misperception that some of those groups are promoting it. They are definitively not doing so. And what I do at Farm Sanctuary is vegan advocacy. I run basically Farm Sanctuary's vegan advocacy programs. And I absolutely think that our organizations should not be actively promoting humane meat. I think inevitably other organizations, stores like Whole Foods, are going to be promoting it because some consumers want it. I don't think we should do it at all. And in the US, at least, all the main groups, like Mercy for Animals, Farm Sanctuary, others, are not doing that. In fact, are doing the opposite.
Maybe it would be time to get another open letter out stating that officially?
I don't know what the benefit of that would be. Basically, the only people who have seen that letter are Whole Foods and animal rights activists. So the public has no perception that Mercy for Animals or Farm Sanctuary supports humane meat. Farm Sanctuary, Mercy for Animals, those groups are reaching millions of people a year with videos, literature, every one of which says that these things are bad. So to the public's mind, it's quite clear where these organizations stand. I know not to all of us as animal rights activists, if we're thinking to that one letter from 8 years ago, but to the public, which is what matters, they clearly have the correct perception.
Thank you, Nick, for this very interesting talk. And thank you for that beautiful feminist picture flexing her muscle, saying, I can dish the meat. As you rightly said that women and children are much more conducive to go meatless. My question is that there is a clear-cut link between feminism and veganism. Is there any specific strategy for men in that regard? So what could influence men particularly? Could you suggest something?
Yeah, what would influence more men to go vegan?
Yes.
That's a good question. So I look at all the research in veganomics, so for a more detailed look, just check that out. The things that come to mind, so there's not a lot. One thing that some of the research suggested was when we're doing vegan advocacy, and some of it is geared towards men, that dispelling the stereotype that vegan men are weak and sickly and not masculine is one way to get more people to go vegan. So for example, in some of the vegan advocacy literature we produced at Farm Sanctuary, when we were putting pictures of men, we included a couple men who were very muscular, like professional athletes and things like that, to help dispel that stereotype. So that was one thing that I've seen in the research. The other thing I've seen in the research, I don't know how useful this is to us as animal advocates, but for men in particular, having friends.
Another role for us, vegan giga chads. Guilty as charged.
Who are vegan or vegetarian makes them much more likely to also make the change. Now again, I don't know if there's really practical application of that. Maybe people could think of one, but that's the only other thing I've seen in the literature that speaks to what could possibly be useful.
Okay, so we're out of time for, if there are any more questions, maybe you can talk to Nick outside. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, so thank you, Nick, for your
Thank you
great
very
talk.
much.
Well, there you go. Bit of a goat. Bit of an OG of effective animal activism. Nick Cooney. What a guy. What a guy. This was great, guys. This was a nice long stream that we had today. That's going to be all from me. But I appreciate you guys tuning in and being a part of it. I appreciate that everyone being so active in chat today as well. This was a good stream. I think Sunday streams are the way to go. So perhaps I'll prioritize Sunday streams going forward. But I appreciate everybody who's watching. Don't forget to drop a like, subscribe if you haven't already. Spam this stream and my other content everywhere you can. Get the Vegan 2.0 merch. Here's my Vegan 2.0 mug. We got the Vegan 2.0 caps, beanies, t-shirts, everything else. Again, I'm not making any money from the merch. It's all going to go to charities, and the main purpose is to promote the concept so that we can get more people giving more, sharing more, and doing more to help more animals. Thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. I really appreciate you being here. We're going to leave it there, and I will see you next time. Cheers.